Good afternoon, everybody. Sounds a bit quiet. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this afternoon's Planning and Environmental Protection Committee. Firstly, we'll go to, well, I won't go to apologies actually. For those who are here, welcome. For those who are joining us on and seeing this on playback live, welcome. And in their room, you've got a range of councillors and officers that will look at the different applications today. We'll make the decisions, and obviously you'll see how the democratic process proceeds. Housekeeping wise, there's no fire alarms or any particular alarms due. So if there is one, please follow the fire exit signs outside and then make your way to the cathedral concourse for the roll call. Toilets you probably saw on the landing as you came in. Please, if you've got mobile phones or any devices such, can you make sure they're on silent or turned off? Thank you. Item 1 then will be apologies for absence, please.
Thank you, Chair. We do have apologies from Councillor Jones, and Councillor Mahmood is here as substitute. We also have apologies from Councillor Jackie Allen, and Councillor Casey is in attendance as a substitute.
Excellent. Councillor Mahmood and Councillor Casey, thank you very much for coming on and subbing. Item 2 then is declarations of interest. Councillor Hiller.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Like several possibly around this table, I've just noticed that the list of speakers includes a gentleman called Nick Harding. Now, I've worked with Nick Harding for many years over the years. When he was a senior officer at Peterborough City Council, I've had no dialogue, no correspondence whatsoever over this item, Chair. I just wanted to make that point clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anybody else?
I think it's like Councillor Leader said, it's going to be the same for most of us who were here.
Yeah.
Nick was here.
No. Okay, anything different to that one anywhere? No, thank you very much. Okay, item 3 is declaration to make representation as ward councillor. Nobody in the room. Item 4 then relates to the minutes of previous meetings, the first one being the 27th of June 2023. Could I have a proposer and a seconder that they are a correct record? Proposed by Councillor Hiller, seconded Councillor Sharp. And moving on from that one, it's the 18th of July meeting, the minutes proposed again by Councillor Hiller. Yes, happy to, and seconded again by Councillor Sharp. Thank you. Yeah, are we all approved? No? All agreed? Yeah, thank you very much. Item 5 then relates to the development control and enforcement matters. Item 5.1 is for the exhibition hall, East of England Showground, Oundle Road or Walton, Peterborough, and the presentation will be given by Asif Ali when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, the application is for the temporary change of use from 3 Generous Showground and F1 Exhibition Hall to a B8 car storage and distribution use with ancillary car preparation and maintenance and the erection of 2 mobile office cabins, 2 paint booths / ovens, and a marquee at the East of England Showground. The arena is proposed to be converted to allow for the car preparation and maintenance. This would include painting, repair works, and prep work. The proposal is retrospective. The application form states that the works began on site on the 1st of February 2023. The application site includes the arena and adjacent buildings, as well as a portion of the wider showground site. The red edge includes the 2 accesses into the site, so Joseph Auden Way to the north and Dunblane Drive to the east. The application site proposes to use the Dunblane Drive access solely for the proposed development, with all showground events accessing the site via Joseph Auden Way to the north. The wider showground site is included within the blue edge to indicate the land is within the same ownership, but not part of the application site. For clarity, the speedway track is not impacted by the current application before members. Just to note, the Dunblane Drive access to the immediate north is the residential area served off Dunblane Drive. This is a proposed site plan. The green hatching shows the extent of the plastic grid matting that is proposed to enable the car parking and storage area. The proposal also includes a number of temporary buildings, include the marquee, the 2 mobile offices, and the 2 paint booths and ovens. These were required for the car preparation and maintenance for vehicles stored on site until the conversion of the arena was completed. The applicant has confirmed that these temporary buildings have been removed from site and the conversion of the arena has been completed. This is the image of the temporary buildings which have been removed on site, just for clarity's purposes. The proposal also includes minor alterations to the access of Dunblane Drive, including a gate 2.5 meters in total height, the security fencing 2.4 meters in height, marked in green, an AMPR and a light column at 6 meters in height, which is marked by the black dot, and some signage for the proposed development, including the DHL sign. The proposal also includes the conversion of the arena. In terms of external alterations, the main external change to the arena will be the addition of the chimneys through the roof of the arena building. These chimneys are associated with the paint booths or ovens inside the arena for ventilation of the site. This is a Google satellite image from 2023. The red edge demonstrates the extent of the application site. The car storage parking area shown impact is largely on the existing car park area and open grass fields, so largely surrounding the site. This is a Google Street View image of the access that is proposed for the development, as well as the wider residential area serving off Dunblane Drive to the immediate north of the site. It's a 3D image. The red cross marks the access. One of the, just to note a couple of key features, the blue circle indicates the roundabout that was mentioned within a lot of the neighbours' comments with regards HGVs taking the wrong turning off, not entering into the site, missing the entrance into the proposed development and going straight on and using that roundabout to carry out turning manoeuvres to get back towards the application site. Neighbours mentioned damage to the public infrastructure. In terms of general neighbour comments, 151 comments were received in objection to the proposal. 1 comment was received in support. One of the major concerns raised by local residents was with regards the impact on the access on residential amenity, including HGVs missing the left turn into the site and entering the residential area and causing an obstruction on the public highway. Some of the other issues raised by neighbours included the retrospective nature of the application hours of operation being extensive, the industrial use being contrary to RP30, air pollution, noise, and the number of HGV car transporters into the site. Some of the key facts. The proposal as submitted by the applicant is for a 5-year temporary use. The access will be solely from Dunblane Drive, whilst the applicant has mentioned that they intend not to carry out any showground events. There is no mechanism agreed to ensure that these are not carried out, so for all intents and purposes the possibility of being able to carry out showground events is possible, and these events will be accessed via the Joseph Odom Way. The number of staff from the proposed development is 160. This has increased from the original submission, which was 140. The figure is 160. The operating hours are from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The vehicle movements as submitted within the submission make mention of 8 total HGV car transporter movements in and out of the site. and that is per day. The operating hours, Monday to Friday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The summary from the latest transport note that was submitted on the 3rd of October 2023, a couple of key figures to note was the average number of HGV movements per day was 8. The highest number of HGV transporter movements per day was 15. The highest daily flow of traffic per day was 585 movements, and the average was 477 vehicle movements per day. And this was a survey period from week commencing the 21st of August to the week commencing the 25th of September. So the original recommendation was refusal based on insufficient highway information, and the update report does update the recommendation from the refusal on insufficient highway grounds to approval subject to conditions. As mentioned, an updated travel note was received on the 3rd of October, and within their latest comments, Highways have mentioned that whilst they still have concerns, these concerns can be appropriately met by way of conditions. So officers' view is that if conditions can appropriately mitigate the concerns raised by the local highway authority, it is reasonable to secure those conditions. And I can talk about those conditions in the following slides. But as it stands, the update report does change the recommendation to an approval. Just to pick up a couple of other things within the update report, 2 written representations to committee were received. These were marked as Appendix A and B, as well as 2 additional objections to the application form. These issues were mentioned within the objections have been covered within the update and committee reports. Before going into LP30, I'll summarize some of the key considerations from the committee report for the benefits of members. The Parish Council has objected with regards concerns to the access, which is via the residential area, which the parish deem unacceptable in terms of noise, traffic and pollution. And they've noted the changing character of the surrounding showground area with the approval of the residential estates, namely Orton, Southgate and Northgate. The LHA, as stated, have updated their recommendation, which they have said that can be reasonably mitigated by way of condition, the impacts of the proposal. Pollution control, just to note, pollution control raised comments advising that limits related to the annual consumption of organic solvent in relation to respraying vehicles, and advised that where this limit is exceeded, then an environmental permit will be needed. This is beyond the scope of the planning application, and they raised no objection to the planning application. This would be covered under separate legislation, just to note. And no objections were raised by National Highways Conservation, the tree officer, and other relevant consultees. In terms of officer considerations, just touching on LP2 and LP11, this site is outside the urban boundary area of Peterborough, therefore defined as open countryside. However, it is noted that the site is previously developed and would involve reversible change from an existing commercial site to another commercial facility, and would not result in any significant physical development or harmful encroachment onto undeveloped land. The benefits of the proposal in terms of the temporary nature and the economic benefits will be sufficient to outweigh the conflict between LP2 and LP11 with regards its open countryside location. The main policies of consideration would be LP30 and LP36. LP30 relates to the loss of any existing cultural, leisure, community and tourism facilities. Officers' view is that the arena falls within this definition, and LP30 would be relevant. Purely dealing with whether the application demonstrated meeting one of the exceptions of LP30, and a viability overview statement was submitted, but no evidence was submitted to support the overview. Therefore, only limited weight can be given to this. However, the proposal would not be seen as a loss for a 3-year period, given the temporary use and reversible works. Officers' view is that the 3-year period would allow for a greater chance for the arena to return to its original use until the redevelopment of the entire showground site is carried out under a comprehensive master plan for the future vision of the showground. Similarly, a shorter temporary permission would not constitute significant development for purposes of LP36. The significant development would be the trigger for a comprehensive master plan to be submitted under LP36. LP36 is the specific allocation policy for the showground site. With regards highways have made the recommendation that appropriate conditions would relate to off-site highway works to Newcombe Way and the Dunblane Drive junction. The need for this arises from the submitted tracking details, which show there is potential for conflict arising when more than one HGV car transporter is trying to use the junction between the vehicles, and the need. And they've also made recommendation to control the number of HGV car movements and staff numbers, as the submitted details with regards to transport note provide no further details in terms of allowance, or the submitted transport details provide for no exceedance of those figures. So the figures that have been mentioned have been demonstrated by the applicant to show no adverse impact in terms of capacity and highway impact with regards to the number of HGV movements and staff numbers. There was no adverse impact with regards design and character and neighbour amenity, and these are covered off within the committee report. The pointing members to some of the key conditions recommended by officers. Condition 1 controls the 3-year period from the date of committee, so it would be 3 years from today. Condition 4 limits the use of Dunblane Drive, the Dunblane Drive access solely to vehicles associated with the proposed development, and restricts the use with regards vehicles associated with the proposed development using Joseph Oldham Way. This is purely based on the highway information that has been submitted. They've demonstrated that the proposed development can safely use the Dunblane Drive access with regards numbers, and that is what has been controlled there. Condition 5 controls limits no HGV car transporters to enter the site until off-site highway works are carried out to the junction, Dunblane Drive and Newcombe Way. As mentioned, highways have identified a highway safety issue with regards the Newcombe Way, Dunblane Drive junction. More than one car transporter meet at that junction. With regards this, to safely mitigate this impact, those off-site highway works are required to improve the junction to mitigate any unacceptable public highway safety issue. Hence why the condition 5 is necessary to control the public highway impact. Conditions 12 and 13 limit the number of HGV movements per day and total staff numbers in line with the submitted information. These are the remaining conditions, C12 and C13 on this page. Apologies. To summarize, the original recommendation was based on reason for refusal due to insufficient highway information. This was provided in the intervening period. This was assessed by highways and updated comments were provided where they recommended suitable appropriate conditions to mitigate that highway impact, and officers have recommended approval based on a 3-year temporary period, which officers view as not being a loss under LP30 purposes, and subject to those appropriate highway conditions. The recommendation is for an approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Okay, committee, we have some speakers lined up. Firstly, if I could call Councillor Stevenson, please, the ward councillor. Good afternoon, Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon, Chair.
When you're ready, you have 10 minutes to address committee.
Thank you. Councillors, thank you for this opportunity to address you on behalf of the residents of Alton Waterville Ward and Alton Southgate specifically. On their behalf, as their ward councillor, I request that this application is refused because I believe the safety of our residents is at risk. There are grave evidence-based concerns about the operation that AEPG and DHL are currently running on the showground. To be specific, the initial highway information submitted by the applicant stated there would be 4 transporters visiting the site per day, delivering 80 vehicles to the site. However, we believe that the number is in excess of this. Shortly, you will hear from local resident Mr. Howard Dunn about the results of a traffic survey that residents have conducted that proves that AEPG and DHL have been and are continuing to operate in excess of these numbers. Since the beginning of this year, the applicant has conducted itself in a manner that appears to us to be insincere and with little regard to the safety of the residents of Alton Southgate. Trust between local residents, AEPG and DHL has broken down as the applicants have repeatedly been untruthful about what they're doing and how they're doing it. They've been criticised by the council's own planning team in the past for their failure to provide complete information in a timely fashion. We conclude from this that it has always been the applicant's intention to continue to do what they like, when they like, how they like, without planning permission, and to kick the proverbial can down the road as far as possible, which is surely why an application that was validated on the 22nd of March this year has only come to this committee now on the 17th of October. We believe stalling tactics have been used to buy time, while local residents have been forced to live with working practices that are unsafe. Please also note that it took the applicant until the 12th of October to respond to comments from highways that have been available since the 18th of April. That's just short of 6 months. If this application is granted, is this the kind of wait residents can expect before any fresh concerns they may raise are addressed? It feels contemptuous. It feels like the applicant doesn't care about the established local community that it has elbowed its way into. In September, AEPG and DHL sent a letter to local residents telling them that the 2 companies have embarked on discussions with local ward councillors. This is simply untrue. I'm a local councillor. There have been no discussions about this operation specifically. Nor have AEPG or DHL at any point during the planning process approached the parish council and spoken to them about this temporary change of use. I expect the committee will take a dim view of this. Had they sought our feedback, we would have informed them that the backing up of transporters along Dunblane Drive and Newcombe Way is dangerous, that too little has been done to prevent transporter drivers from missing the turning into the showground and proceeding along Dunblane Drive, which is a dead end. Furthermore, it's come to our attention that to be able to claim that fewer transporters now access the site via Dunblane Drive, they are parking up and offloading elsewhere in the area and driving the cars onto the site individually and without registration plates. This is illegal and has been reported to the police. Residents have also seen and videoed transporters entering the site via the Joseph Oden Way entrance in Alton Northgate. To be clear, the activity that's taking place on the showground is not of particular concern to our residents, as it's some distance from our houses. However, no one bought a house in Norton Northgate or Norton Southgate believing they would be living next door to a car spraying or car storage operation that would result in such a high flow of car transporters in and out of the Dunblane Drive entrance Monday to Friday. The City Council's case planning officer and its highways officer had stated that insufficient information had been provided to demonstrate that the proposed development would not result in an adverse level of impact on public highway safety. That the situation has been allowed to worsen over the course of the past 7 months is completely unacceptable to us. AEPG is not a good neighbour to the residents of Orton Southgate. They pay lip service to consultation while continuing to operate in ways they know cause our residents distress. As already stated, Peterborough City Council's planning case officer and highways officer state that insufficient information was provided to demonstrate that the proposed development would not result in an adverse level of impact on public highway. If this is the case, enforcement procedures should be implemented immediately to ensure risk to public safety is prevented. In the aforementioned letter of September 2023 from the applicants to the residents, mention is made of a DHL open day where we will be given the opportunity to see firsthand what they do and how they help the communities they work within. With respect, we don't want an open day. All we want is for AEPG and DHL to be respectful neighbours and to put the safety of our residents first. Our MP, Shailesh Vora, has expressed a number of concerns that you will hear about when Mr. Dunn takes his turn to address you shortly. But in his statement, Mr. Vora says the following: I'm concerned that the stadium used by the Peterborough Panthers Speedway team will be closing, and even at this late stage, I would request that no stone is left unturned in terms of ensuring the continuity of a valued local sporting institution. Clearly, Mr. Vara has far deeper understanding of the meaning of community than either AEPG or DHL do. We are a community built on the hard work of residents who care about what happens here and who care that our streets are safe. Our residents should not have to be amateur detectives, keeping an eye on AEPG and DHL and reporting breaches of planning conditions or the law to the authorities. But that is how they've been made to feel, and they're constantly on edge. When they bought their houses, they believed they were moving into a residential area. Twice in the past year, there had been unauthorised encampments on showground land since AEPG took over. This didn't happen in the past under the former manager of the site. Residents do not believe that AEPG and DHL will keep their promises because we do not believe that resident safety is a priority for them. If this permission is granted, let there be no doubt that their behaviour will not improve, because where is the evidence that it will? One can only imagine the weekly phone calls to planning enforcement and the police if the experience thus far is anything to go by. The proposal is for significant change of use. We believe an industrial operation of this kind should not be accessed through a residential area. The council's proposals for alterations to the road are not what local residents want at all, and no one's consulted them on these fresh proposals. Councillors, please reject this application. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Members have any questions, please? Councillor Hiller.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Councillor Stevenson. I listened to your address very closely, and I thank you for that and for making yourself easy to understand. In listening to your address, I had the very firm impression that you wish this committee to refuse this application on highways grounds and highways safety grounds. Could you just confirm that that is the case?
That is the case, Councillor Hiller.
Thank you for that. If I might, Chair, you mentioned often residents' safety. Is there anything in particular that concerns you about the safety of the residents of your ward in that area?
There is indeed. The size of these transporters coming through residential streets that were not built to take that kind of traffic. And there's a big problem when they miss the turning, as you've seen on those images, into the showground. They're then stuck because it's a cul-de-sac that may not have been clear from the map, but actually you can't keep driving through into Alton Northgate. There is a barrier there. So they're forced to turn around at the end around a roundabout. And as the officer has said, that has caused damage already to the infrastructure. We don't want that to cause damage to small children, elderly people, any other pedestrian who is in the street. This is a residential street, and the introduction of this traffic from very early in the morning and throughout the day is causing great distress and disturbance to our residents.
Thank you for that response. If I might just finally, Chair, two questions. Our planning officer has introduced within the update report the conditions that they feel they are comfortable with and have recommended an acceptance of this application, but also within the address that the officer gave, he talked about 160 staff, nearly 600 vehicle movements a day, in I assume in addition to up to 15 transporter movements a day. Do you feel, as the ward councillor, that is far in excess of what should be acceptable? And the initial point, just to remind you, the conditions that have now been, I assume, accepted by our officers, are you comfortable with those? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I do feel that it is in excess. I would ask the councillors present to note that I only learned this morning at 2 a.m. when I happened to get up in the middle of the night and saw this information. This is how little time we've had to absorb this change of opinion from the council officers. It's still unacceptable to us. I mean, I've stated very strongly, in the strongest language that I felt I should, how unhappy residents are. And if this were to be passed, then this is something that residents haven't been consulted on at all. At all. And you're also talking about making changes to the road that's going to involve diggers digging up the road, I assume, and that kind of disruption. Residents have not been consulted on that either. So nothing that's been said has changed my mind, I'm afraid. We still wish that this application will be refused on the grounds that I have stated.
Thank you. Just something just very quickly has occurred to me, Chair. Would you be a lot more comfortable, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but would you be a lot more comfortable if the access to this development was from the official, what I would know as the official access into the showground rather than Dunblane Drive?
Thank you, Councillor. That's an excellent question, because the access via Joseph Oden Way is, of course, like a dual carriageway. So we can't understand why that has not been proposed. But ideally, this sort of traffic should be coming in via the industrial estate or the A1, not anywhere near residents. These are residential estates. People do not expect to live near this very heavy traffic. We've just had, there's a very large estate just being built on former showground land near to us, which will be young families, more children coming in. The last thing we need is these extra transporters here. So I would say, if that were a proposal to come in via Joseph Oden Way, I think it should be put before residents for them to consider and feedback on. It hasn't been, so they haven't been able to. But I'm sure it would be reasonable to ask them to consider it. But ideally, that kind of traffic should be going through an industrial estate. There is one next door, so that's where the access should be.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Hogg?
Just in terms of the number of movements, that as it's been clearly stated that this is a daily operation, so trucks are going in and out all day long. That wasn't the case beforehand, was it? Before the entrance was. So my understanding is the entrance was just used for some events, but not all events, and only for sort of maybe the setting up and then the removal of events that were happening at the showground. Is that basically the case?
Thank you, Councillor Hogg. Yes, and of course the showground was hosted Truck Fest, so that's a lot of trucks. We're used to them all coming through. However, that's on a particular weekend that is heavily publicised in advance. Sometimes residents will go away for that weekend if they don't want to be there when all of those trucks and traffic and all there was always a lot of spectators who won't go into Truckfest but like to stand with their children and watch the trucks. So we were all sort of prepared for that. And it's like with the fireworks, you're prepared for that if you've got a dog that's nervous and you might go away for that particular weekend. This is all the time. And that is a crucial difference. It's 5 days a week, every week. Big difference.
Anything else? Councillor Sharp?
Thank you, Chair. Similar question, Councillor Stevenson. You mentioned in your address about unsafe working practices. I just wondered if you can expand on those, and specifically, do they relate to Councillor Hiller's questions in relation to transport, or are there others?
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. There's quite a few things that I haven't said. Obviously, I've chosen carefully what to include and what not to, or we would be here all day. But we know from speaking to security staff on the gates what's going on. When we noticed transporters coming through the Dunblane Drive entrance, I was actually driving out of the Joseph Oden Way entrance, saw a car transporter going past, said to the person driving me, follow that car transporter, got my phone out and filmed. And sure enough, it was going into the showground, which was the very thing that we've been told wasn't supposed to be happening. And a resident has told me, and it is anecdotally, so you're not getting this from source, that they spoke to the security person and they said, oh yes, we've been told to divert some of the transporters here because residents at Dunblane Drive have been complaining that too many are going through there. Well, that feels like stealth to me. To keep the numbers down is not terribly honest. As you know, you'll probably hear from the next speaker, residents have been very diligent in recording the numbers of transporters going through each day, and they do not tally with the numbers that have been coming from either AEPG or DHL. And so we feel we need to make a stand about that because it's very concerning. You know, the odd ice cream van is a worry enough, but they're immense, these transporters. A person versus a transporter, the person is not going to come out the winner of that. And we didn't choose to move our families into an area with that kind of risk. Has there been a fatal accident to date? No, there has not. But we don't want to be worrying every day that there could be when there are other alternatives to enable this operation to happen on the showground without putting our residents at risk. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Casey.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Stevenson, you mentioned on a couple of occasions the fact that there are alternatives, and you mentioned an access through the industrial estate. I wonder if officers could go back to that, because I'm unsure where that is.
Yes.
And how it fits in with an alternative picture.
I believe, sorry for me telling you, is it Cully Court or Bakewell Road? Off Bakewell Road or Southgate Way?
Bakewell Road, Cully Court,
Right.
currently at the end of an industrial estate, directly against the showroom.
Right, so Cully Court is on Bakewell Road. Now, there is another issue there currently because recently City Car Auctions moved in to Bakewell Road. It also has car transporters, and there are issues about that as well. So, I mean, none of the alternatives should go forward without consultation of residents. That's absolutely crucial. And you've got, if it's going to be on that industrial estate, there's residents, but also people who work on the estate as well, which are many. And the other is a possibility of coming in through the A1 directly. There is an entrance. There may be reasons why it's difficult, but there is an entrance. Oh, Steve, could you point it out?
Can I just come in there? Remember, no, but what your decisions is this isn't before you. The alternative is not before you, so be careful, because obviously from the councillor's point of view and the public's point of view, we should not give hope or the chance that we will put a condition to say put it somewhere else. We can't do that. So maybe the thing to do is when we get to officers' questions, you can have that pointed out to you. All right, is that okay? Because it's not relevant to this, because the danger is we sideline into a hope somewhere else that is, as Councillor Stephen quite right, is a completely different consultation event and doesn't apply. All right, so I understand your question, but we need to move on this and not get involved in where it could be Because that's not up for grabs at the moment. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Stevenson. It didn't come up, so I'm going to put it in there. What do you feel? I mean, obviously we'll hear from Mr. Dunn later. To do with policy such as the loss of the arena and officers' view that 3 years is acceptable, 5 isn't, and is there any sort of? I mean, I would caution you on the speedway because we've been told that that's not in this.
Understood.
So again, be careful. You know, I do advise you not to. Committee can't take that into account.
I shoehorned it in.
I understand. I understand the passion behind that totally, but we couldn't make a decision based on speed.
Absolutely.
It's not in there. So, what's your view on the change of use of the sort of land and policy from that? I'm interested in that as well because that's been in the report, but nothing's been said.
Very little concern from residents of either Southgate or Northgate about those things because, as I said, it's quite away from houses. And you mentioned Speedway, so I'm going to mention it again. The Speedway doesn't bother us. It's sufficiently away from houses. And the same with this operation. It's not a noisy operation. So we're not complaining about smells or noise or chemicals or any of those sorts of things. That's fine. The actual operation is fine, really, as far as residents are concerned, because they've not complained. No one's spoken to me about it. The concern is the coming and going of very large vehicles to and from the site.
All right.
And we understand as well there's jobs at stake here, although indeed there may be jobs from Alconbury rather than from Peterborough. I'm not sure about that. So we do understand that this is employing a lot of people, but it's the danger. We must put our resident safety absolutely at the top of the pile here.
Thank you very much. Councillor Iqbal.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. My question is that in your address you used the word trust untruthful working practices that were unsafe. Are you trying to establish that the applicant wasn't in consultation or wasn't cooperating with the residents? Was he not cooperating at all? Is that what you're trying to achieve from these words?
We had a meeting a number of months ago where AEPG invited local residents of Alton Southgate and Northgate in for an evening, and it was the nearest to a riot I think I've ever experienced in such a meeting, and I've held a few, because it's very combative. There's very much a sense of we are doing this to you whether you like it or not, a sort of an attitude, and that's a shame. And I try as a councillor to see through that attitude and encourage residents to see through that attitude and deal with facts, what's actually happening here. So then residents started to monitor. A lot of residents in Southgate are retired. They have the time to do this, and so they're monitoring now, and what they're finding is there are far more instances of transporters coming through than are being declared by APG and DHL. And then also, as I mentioned a moment ago, saying they're not using the entrance at Joseph Oden Way when clearly they are. I can see a transporter, in front of my eyes, and that's led to the erosion. There's been things like I mentioned, DHL talked in a letter in September about having an open day. Well, where is it? It's, it felt like that letter was to placate us, but you're dealing with people here, many of whom live in Southgate, have been here a good 20, 25 years, retired professionals who will not have the wool pulled over their eyes on this. So can we just deal with facts, please, from their side? But without that, trust is eroded. I have never, in all the planning applications that I've dealt with, and bear in mind, I have things like Ferry Meadows within my ward, I have never seen such strong show of emotion, disappointment, anger and despair from residents as I have regarding this application, which has been awful to see and awful to deal with. So I'm pleased we're here today finally to bring things to a head. But there is a very strong lack of trust, which I really regret. I hope it might be redressed, but that will be down to behaviour now, and that's not what we've seen at the moment. We've heard words, we've seen behaviour that is different. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Hussain.
Chair, Councillor Stevenson, a lot of what you said has been the concern around traffic rather than the actual operation, and the residents' concern. From the images that were shown by officers early on regarding the entrance, they were showing that the applicant wants to put signage up, change the entrance a little bit. Don't you think that would make it less prominent for lorries to go the wrong way with the correct signage, and obviously then make it safer for residents and alleviate those concerns?
Thank you, Councillor Hussain. And they have already put up signage and the problem is still happening. They need a marshal. They need a human being there to go that way, because it sometimes happens when people come to the showground for whatever reason, they don't realise, because they're coming from other parts of the country or the county, that it's a residential estate. It's not really obvious unless you live there. There needs to be better signage than there is, because these incidents are still happening. If they'd stopped because actions that had already been taken, I would have nothing to say on that subject. But unfortunately, it is still happening.
Okay, Councillor Hogg.
Just a question about the offloading of transporters off-site. Do you know whereabouts they are basically parking up the transporters and then driving the cars to?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So Mr. Dunn, who's going to speak after you, the resident, will speak more about that, but we understand it's happening in various locations around the industrial part of Alton Southgate. So for the benefit of everyone, Alton Southgate is in two distinct sections, a residential and a light industrial, and it's on the light industrial side of things that it's happening, and then the cars are being driven in with no registration plates on them. That has caused more alarm and upset than any of this, to be honest, because no one wants to see that. It looks like an illegal activity, because it is.
Because it's my understanding that those roads are a clearway, so they shouldn't be used for vehicles to unload. So unless they're using off-road parking for those, so that was the point of the question.
Thank you. That's a very good point. Thank you for raising it.
Okay, anybody else? No. Councillor Stevenson, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Okay. Could I now call Mr. Howard Dunn, please, to the front?
Julie, I think I could go home now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dunn, and welcome to Planning Committee this afternoon.
Thank you.
When you're ready, you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
I will try and stick with that. Okay. Thank you to everyone for allowing me to speak to you on behalf of the residents. I've lived in Dunblane Drive since it started. I was actually one of the first residents in 1996. We're asking for the council to refuse this application with immediate effect. We're really worried about this getting kicked down the road. We've had 9 months. We really need it to stop. Dunblane Drive is a residential street with a T-junction to the showground entrance. It was always a gated road. Okay, so there was a gated road in there, and it was previously really well managed by the showground. When there were events on with this T-junction, they would actually have a marshal there at all times, or close the gates when it wasn't being used. But since AEPG and DHL began using the entrance, quite frankly, it's not safe, it's not pleasant, and it's not even part of our community. It's a dangerous industrial estate. It really is a dangerous industrial estate. So we really strongly object to, and this is the figures, 16 to 20 trucks a day. And these are the HGVs. These aren't the single low loaders, it's just the HGVs. And it's 500 plus cars a day already. We fear, basically, as Julia said, we're really fearing that there's going to be an accident there. There has already been accidents. If anybody likes to drive down there, you'll see the road sign has been knocked over. Okay, where a car trying to avoid a transporter. And in fact, that happened really strangely the day that Shailesh Vara was with us. So he actually witnessed that. We believe, as has been said there, we believe the transport and associated traffic, it needs to go through the industrial estate. It is an industrial application. The industrial estate, fine. Now, Julia is actually saying about where it could go through. Bakewell Road. It's the industrial estate there. Cully Court, as I've said. In conversations with AEPG, we've constantly pushed them on this over the time. Why aren't you using that? They use a term, this is ransom land, which is part of Milton Estates, and we have not got access over it. Now, it's where it comes to where Jews say, AEPG and DHL, they've just not been honest. I'm sorry, they're not being honest, and they continue to not be honest. As of the 3rd of this month, they actually gave the council, they resubmitted their figures with updated sheets, and on those sheets there were DHL timesheets, purely timesheets, weekly timesheets. Fortunately, we had 3 of the days that one of my neighbours had a camera on it. It's got a video on it. And the figures that they were giving us, we have completely disclaimed. We've actually sent this information, not the video, because unless someone wants 200 gigabytes, but we've said you can please come and view it. But what we've actually got, we've got a situation where they are saying there was, on their sheets that they gave us, they said there were 18 HGVs came through over 3 days. So that's an average of 6 a day. Wow, they're under their 8. The evidence on the video showed 49 vehicles coming through, HGVs. That's an average of 16 a day. And they just continue to just back this up. So realizing they've been found out, after the 3rd, it was after the 3rd these figures went in, I had a conversation with one of the leading guys from DHL, and he said how they were monitoring everything.
That's 30 seconds left.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to go faster then. They got, sorry, that's really annoyed me now. Okay. Okay, so I'll just tell you now, they're going in there without trade plates. They're parking all around the estate, and they're just going through. We've been told to go to the council. It's criminal, not to the council, to the police. It's a criminal offence. And how they're getting away with it, we don't know.
I'm sorry, that's time. 5 minutes.
In that case, I have a letter that I'd ask the chair to read out, which is from your MP, Mr. Shailesh Vara.
I'm afraid, Mr. Dunn, that had to be submitted before the meeting. You can't ask that at this meeting, I'm afraid. But wait for questions.
Okay.
You might get your opportunity. If you know where I'm coming from. Yes, questions. So we'll go to Councillor Hiller.
I'm intrigued to know what the MP has written, so perhaps you would read that out for me, just out of my own curiosity. Thank you. Thank you.
Mine, Mr. Dunn. Thank you.
Okay, the extract from that was, Dear Howard, I'm unfortunately unable to attend the Planning Committee meeting on the 17th of October, but would be grateful if you would read out the following statement on my behalf. This is a major development, and I am deeply concerned with the way it is being progressing, particularly as regards treatment of ordinary citizens living nearby. There is conflicting data being supplied by both sides, and I very much hope the video evidence provided by local residents will be fully considered, as it provides a very different version of the facts than produced by others. I'm also very concerned that despite the DHL retrospective application having been turned down, there is a business as usual attitude. I further understand that there is now the loading and offloading of unregistered cars from transport in the local industrial estate, and the cars are then being driven onto the site through Dunblane Drive. I hope the Planning Committee will agree that this is not an acceptable way forward. I appreciate that Peterborough City Council is fully supportive of this development, but this should not be to the extent that there is little regard or respect for residents who live alongside the showground. It's where he then writes his final note. On a separate note, I am concerned that the stadium used by the Peterborough Panther Speedway team will be closing, and even at this late stage, I would request that no stone is left unturned in terms of ensuring continuity of a valued local sporting institution.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, anybody else have any other questions for Mr. Dunn? Councillor Hogg.
So you intimated about the parking of transporters on the industrial estate and ferrying the cars in from there rather than the transporters going on site. Do you know whereabouts they are, which road that they are parking on?
The ones I've personally seen is the old Barnack estate, the Barnack buildings on Southgate Way, which is about half a mile away. And I spoke to the drivers there. They are instructed to only one truck is allowed to go into the old Barnack yard, which overlooks there's some loading bays there which aren't used anymore. The landlord, they've done a negotiation with the landlord. They've put one on and any others queue on the road. So the freeway, there's usually one or two on the freeway as well. And that means that then what happens is if they're bringing cars to it, the drivers are coming out of the showground with the vehicles and then bringing them and parking them at that position. They then get back into a car, usually 3 cars at a time. They then get into a car, and I have evidence there. They're getting into the cars without any trade plates. So these are existing cars. I'm nosy, a retired person, too much time. You check those vehicles, and they're all registered SORNs, not on the road. We've also, this one hasn't been verified, but we've been told that actually using Lynchwood as well, the old, what is it nowadays? Whatever it is nowadays, the old Thomas Cook buildings, the car park there.
So just to be clear, so the vehicles that are offloading are offloading in a off-road, as it were.
Yes, they are. They're offloading off-road.
But there are a number of transporters parked up waiting for their turn, as it were.
And of course, what you've got to remember, it's not as if that's a very quick operation.
No. Okay, thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you. Mr. Dunn, the officers were not in favour of granting this application. They've changed their mind because they've received a revised, however, information, which they feel addresses the issue subject to suitable conditions. Do you have any objection on those suitable conditions? And if you do, what would you have seen as acceptable conditions?
Put it in 2 parts, first of all. If it was 8 vehicles, properly controlled, and if it was going through the 160 cars, possibly. But the main thing is, it's an industrial estate. You know, they're next to this Cully Court. The whole parking area is right next to the fence. It's staggering. But I realise that I believe there's some discussions been going on between Bidwell's, Milton Estates agents. They've been trying to open a dialogue with AEPG, but they've been unable to do it. That land belongs to Milton Estates. They want to resolve the planning permission there. So it appears to us that there's a conflict of interest between 2 companies, and we're actually got the back end of it.
Now, Councillor Stevenson in her address stated that this revised information that was given to the council, she had sight to it, but sight to it at a later stage where she couldn't put a proper input to it. What's your position on that?
Sorry.
The revised information that was provided by the applicant, it was sent to the council, but she said when she had a look at it, she didn't have time to make proper input to it.
Oh, well,
yes.
I only saw that at sort of like 11 o'clock.
She said that it should have gone into the public for them to comment on it. What are your feelings about that?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Councillor Stevenson said in her speech that the revised information that was sent to the council, she didn't have a chance to look into it, and she also raised, if I'm correct, that it should have been in the public domain as a consultation where the public could have made comment on it. What are your views about that?
Okay, sorry, I understand that. Initially the Highways Department put a refusal in, and in that refusal of the 6th of September, they actually cited that they had not provided the information that you'd asked for. That information then appeared on the 3rd of October. And it's that 3rd of October, it was absolutely staggering that the figures that they were providing were fabricated. You know, I mean, just totally and utterly fabricated. We'd actually, my neighbour who's been doing this, he's got a wife who isn't very happy with him because she doesn't like him putting cameras in the upstairs bedroom all the time. Now, we actually did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days where we filmed. Okay. Now the information I've given you there is the 3 days that we could compare our data to their data. In other words, our evidence to their filled out sheets. We had other days on there, which would give you an idea. We're talking about 30 on one day, 19 on another, 10 on another, 16, 23, 5. Now the 5 was after the event. The 5 was when they started doing this, moving the traffic into the industrial estate. All of a sudden they achieved the 5. And that was on the 10th of October.
Anybody else want to ask any questions at all? No? Mr. Dunn, thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm afraid I can't, no.
Question, and he now has a response, and I think it's very unfair of you to dismiss the fact that he's been very put on the spot by councillor, and he should be allowed to answer the question that was asked.
Okay, Mr. Dunn, have you got an answer to that question?
I'm sorry, I'm lost.
No. Yes.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, the whole write-up of today with the officer's decision of actually now saying they have no objections. I got sight of that this morning, around about 11 o'clock, and that was only because Julie sent it through to me, and she hadn't seen it until through the middle of the night. So this was sprung on us.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Right. Moving on then, we've got the next people to speak. We've got Ashley Butterfield, Mike Bristow and Nick Harding. If any of you would like to join us at the front, or all three, or two, or... Good afternoon, gentlemen, and welcome to committee. As you're probably just been explained, I think that you have 5 minutes between you to address committee. Could you please ensure that in your address that you introduce yourself so we know who is who on this list when you start. And as soon as you're ready, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Ashley Butterfield. I'm the Principal and CEO of Asset Earning Power Group. Should we just quickly...
I'm Nick Harding. I'm an agent for this application. And Mike Bristow, I'm the Managing Director of DHL Supply Chain.
We acknowledge and appreciate the recommendation is for approval. In late 2022, and I think it's really important to get context of how we've arrived where we are today. DHL, as we know, a global leader in logistics industry, approached us as AEPG seeking a temporary location for their car logistic business, as they had a 30-year tenancy, successful tenancy, down at Alconbury, but this was due to expire at very short and imminent notice. We presented with a really tight timescale. We looked at the 160 jobs that they presented to us, actually, to be correct, 140 at the time. We then went to Peterborough City Council and spoke to the council with DHL's request, because we knew they needed to work on a tight timescale. They needed to move in to our site yesterday, in effect, or tomorrow. With that in mind, we sought the council's thought process and temperature to a retrospective planning application, and would this be appropriate? It was agreed by Peterborough City Council that they understood there was a need to move quickly and to secure 160 jobs that would have otherwise been lost to Peterborough. And it was acceptable for DHL to commence relocation prior to any formal temporary change of use planning application being submitted. Due to the customers of DHL's confidentiality and their staff sensitivity to potentially losing jobs, it wasn't possible to publicise the relocation until early 2023. However, since this time, AEPG has embarked upon communicating this via media statements, informal local resident meetings, social media, and discussions with local ward councillors, which there has been many points of consultation. During the setting up phase from March to late April, we absolutely put our hands up and DHL worked with us. The transition was challenging. The transition from Alconbury to Peterborough and moving the volume of vehicles did exceed the number of the application, and we completely, as per our letter in September, admit and we sincerely apologise for the inconvenience and any trouble that caused for local residents. We've applied for a 5-year temporary permission, but all the buildings are modular and changes are in a modular form, and they can be removed at any time, making it a very temporary structure for the DHL operation. With 160 jobs, and therefore it's significant to the Peterborough economy. The development should be considered in the context of the existing permission, and let's not forget it has an existing permission. An adopted road from highways, and for the last 40 years, this entrance has been used as multiple truck entrance. Truck fest of over 1,000 trucks in 2 days, with no recorded accidents. Plant works brought forward approximately 500 exhibitors to the site, most bringing large-scale vehicles, including diggers on low loaders, without any accidents over 40 years of use. Notwithstanding the recommendation for approval, we're concerned with regard to condition 5, which says highway improvements need to be in place before car transporters can be allowed to move in and out of the site. This potentially puts the 160 jobs at risk. We would ask that the condition is changed so that there are 5 months to submit the design, have it approved and built, whilst allowing the site to obviously operate as it is and has done safely. The recommendation is that planning permission is granted for 3 years, and that we would ask committee to consider giving 5 years permission, given the huge and considerable costs of potential highway improvements, and in the interest of making sure we retain jobs, recruitment and security. Quickly hand over.
Okay, thank you. Maybe 30 seconds. So, apologies. So in 30 seconds. So Mike Bristow, I'm the Managing Director of DHL Supply Chain. I sit on the main UK board for DHL. We're exceptionally proud to come to Peterborough to bring this operation here. Throughout the UK, I employ around about 10,000 people in many locations, and I'm exceptionally proud of my safety performance, safety record, which is industry leading. I see no issues in what we've seen today and how we're proposing to operate. So safety is absolutely paramount.
I'm sorry, that's time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. First question, you obviously made the apology about the number of truck movements and that you exceeded it. Given the timescales, I'm assuming you must have known in advance that you were going to exceed it because you knew how many vehicles you had to move. Is that correct, or is that an unfair statement?
No. As AEPG, as the applicant and the agent, this was a very new relationship with DHL, and vice versa, DHL with us as AEPG, but done at pace and great haste to ensure that we could work with PCC, DHL and ourselves to enable the security of those 160 jobs. And again, we admit very openly we didn't expect quite such a, and we're very candid, tumultuous situation of a number of trucks, transporters, and there's been some lively conversations, and don't get me wrong, between AVG and DHL. Because we didn't want a rough ride, I can assure you, and nor did DHL, but that was just part of the process that needed to get us to where we are today. And we again sincerely apologise for that period of time and are doing everything to uphold and maintain the safety record you are very proud of, but to ensure we can continue. And we'll do the mitigation on highways or anything is needed, the work, the collaboration with the community and discussion and open dialogue, which we've invited many times. But unfortunately, that's not been taken up by local residents. We've got an open door policy. We have set meetings. They haven't arrived at meetings that have been set, which we can show dates and times and things. So we're open to make this better and as good as it can be.
I'm just interested, you clearly heard the reaction behind you. Why do you think that is? There's clearly a discrepancy here between the residents' views on engagement and your own, and just be interested for the sake of the future, should this application be passed, how are we going to improve that?
Yeah, if I may, from my perspective, from a DHL perspective, we take connection to our community exceptionally seriously across the board, without question. Without sort of getting into tit for tattle about what's right and wrong, I personally have had conversations with residents, with Howard. I've personally set meetings. I've personally offered to run the open days we'd always do. The connections in with what we do with our truck and child safety. There's loads of great stuff we'll do in the open days. What we do normally in any DHL site across the UK, including apprenticeships, etc. in the area. So I know I've personally done that. I can evidence that if it should be required, actually.
And exactly the same, I have invited local people personally. I've invited Howard personally to meet with me. And there's never been a response each and every time I've invited and reached out.
Thank you. So you allude to 260 Peterborough jobs, but I presume that you've had a long history at Alconbury. So what percentage of those 160 jobs are actually Peterborough people compared to people that probably live either in Alconbury or Huntingdon, or not that, the job is a job, but, it's like you're dressing us up as the 160 jobs of Peterborough people. I just wondered what sort of percentage were Peterborough people.
Okay, so I in terms of specifics where people live, I wouldn't know a specific statistic on it. What I do know is we employed around 130, 140 in Alconbury. We're now employing 160. We don't screen based on where people live from that perspective. Ashley, if you know.
I'm privileged to know a little bit more than the MD of the UK DHL on their job, but we actually had the postcodes, and we've obtained them from you. And actually, I think it's around 70%, which we can evidence that are Peterborough jobs of the 160 people that live in the Peterborough postcode.
Peterborough, as in Peterborough City Council, or Peterborough a PE postcode? Because Huntingdon is a PE postcode.
You've got me. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So,
no, it's a PE postcode. So where that exactly lays,
it's quite a wide area,
Okay.
to be
sure.
honest.
Yeah.
So it's just that you keep on pushing this 160 Peterborough jobs, and yet you don't seem to have the facts to back that up as a claim.
Sorry, I just think it's 160 people employed in Peterborough.
Right. Okay.
And sorry, and if we hadn't have moved here, they wouldn't be employed.
Yeah.
So
yeah, unless you'd found another site somewhere else that was accessible to you. So I do have to ask the question that this was all done very quickly and within days, and but you had a lease at Alconbury in place that had was it? Did you not know that it was coming up for renewal? It just seemed very kind of unplanned.
So we absolutely did know the lease end dates and our lease areas. We had an agreement with the landlord, whom then changed their development program for the facility there that they obviously convert that to residential houses. and the change that we were expecting to happen, something that they did something different right at the very last minute, which put us in a very difficult situation.
So just going on to the subject of these truck movements, that it's been alleged that you're sort of getting round the number of transporter movements through the site by offloading off-site and driving cars through the industrial estate, and it's been alleged that is uninsured, untaxed. Maybe you could kind of tidy that up for us. What it is you're doing and why you're doing it that way, and what is the legality of what you're doing.
Yeah, Ken, if I answer that, and Ashley we'll add to it. So part of our business continuity plan to make sure that we are able to operate and stick to the arrangements that with the agreements we have, we've taken some space down the road with a JL house. I believe it's the terminology you may reference, where we would offload some vehicles at times at that location and drive them into the facility on tray plates. That is completely legal. There is nothing illegal about that activity.
But on trade plates, so that they would be clearly identified. Because I've seen these cars myself, because I have a unit on Southgate Industrial Estate. So on my way into work, I have seen a number of cars drive past me with no trade plates on whatsoever. I'll be very clear on that. So just moving on from that. So it's my impression that the car industry, the car sales industry, has peaks and troughs specifically around sort of plate changes. So these figures that we've been given, are they based on average? Are they based on outside of the norm, or what kind of uplift do you get around August, around where you're building up your stock for plate changes?
Yes, so it can vary through plate changes, also through events. So where we've seen some spikes in the start has been specifically around set events, or particularly customer stelliantis that we did. Now we're again moving around which customers would come into the site to try and flatten out those type of activities. But we will see an uplift in time, but within the
Yeah, so the traffic figures that we provided to the case officer and PCC Highways included those vehicles that were being offloaded at the alternative site, not on the road, as I understand it. So the car figures that you've got provided include those movements. So not only staff, not only the normal comings and goings of vehicles arriving to site as individual cars and leaving site for delivery, but also those that are coming off a transporter on an off-site, off-road location and being driven in. So we haven't exceeded those figures, even though we've got that off-site offloading
and that's
taking
in a busy month.
May I just add to Mike's, and I think furthermore to your question about potential spikes in the car industry? I go to Mike's opinion. However, the numbers still remain the numbers.
Yeah.
But, and the restrictions or the numbers we've predicted and said will be the numbers that come through. And that's a discussion on management that we will just need to undertake.
I'd just like to finish off, if I may, by highlighting that DHL are not the only car storage operation in this locality. There's at least one other. So whilst you might see a vehicle travelling down the road not displaying trade plates, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's associated with DHL. It might be coming from another source.
So what, driving onto the showground, that there are
if
other...
they're physically seen driving onto the showground, they're associated 100%. With DHL.
Yeah. So this was specifically as I was driving past the entrance to the estate, and I saw five VAG group cars.
And I'm sure Mike would want to know if anybody sees any vehicles not displaying trade plates, because it's really important for them as a business to abide by.
Absolutely is, and they whilst every sort of design of a car we all know is different, trade plates go in a certain location that will normally go in the dash or in the back the back window. From a training perspective, we train our drivers specifically to use those, and we're always looking for new ways of displaying them. Every car's different. When there's new ways of doing it, to make sure you never get those situations. But if there are situations that's not right from our perspective.
But the requirement is for them to be noticeable from the front, so police officers are able to. Yeah, 100%. That was definitely not the case in this instance. So just to be clear.
Can I just say that's very noted, and we'll ensure
100%,
that that is not the case if that is the case.
Thank you, Chair. The residents, when they were talking about an alternative way in through the industrial estate. Have you explored that? What are the objections, restrictions?
Yeah, absolutely. We've looked at every opportunity to mitigate and alleviate any issues or traffic. Those are third-party owned land areas. We don't have any option to drive over anyone else's land to enter the site, so they are not options. I think it was mentioned that there is another option just off of Milton Estate onto the A1, which is a highways risk that is not acceptable to national or local highways. I think also it's worth clarifying the north access is not acceptable by highways or national highways to come through as an access for large HGVs. And in fact, the important thing here is for 40 years, the South or Dunblane Drive has been used as the primary access for all large vehicles for the showground usage, because it is the better option. And we have complete evidence of the operating people, the showground have owned that, can make sure that's very clear. So it is the most suitable adopted highways for large vehicles.
On the alternative access, if I understood the speaker correctly, I believe that there's now an industrial building at the top of that cul-de-sac now. So it's definitely not an option anymore, if I understand correctly the location.
Chair, if I can ask another question now. Something clearly has broken down in terms of your relationship with them. Now, you're telling us we've held open days, we've done this, but nobody's turned up. Yet we're getting a different response from residents. I mean, someone clearly isn't telling the truth here, or we're not seeing it the correct way.
Yeah, we've held many open meetings, and we can evidence them. We have minutes of those open consultation and meetings that have been held. I think Councillor Julie Stevenson talked about a formal consultation day, which I think Councillor Stevenson referred to as the nearest she had seen to a riot, and I absolutely agree. It was incredibly difficult to control the noise, the level of anger and upset which we acknowledge. We had a full traffic. We had our team of consultants, professionals, experts to explain all of the traffic modelling, and we were just unable to. And so it was a great shame that the meeting just could not carry out and inform the residents of everything that we've endeavoured to do, and all of the work we've tried to make sure alleviates any concerns from residents, because they were just not prepared to listen. Again, I have emails, I have LinkedIn, in fact, invites to local people who have contacted me with LinkedIn, but then never responded to any of the invites that we've made. And of course, these are all available if anybody wants to see them. How we try and build relationships is open dialogue, and however we monitor that, manage that, get that to happen. And what I would say is AEPG are embarking on another huge development of the site. It's incredibly important for AEPG. We have a good relationship with everybody in the community in Peterborough as a whole. It is passionate about making sure that relationship is as good as it can be, and listen and work with the community going forward. So whatever we need to do, we will do.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I've just had a look at the officer's update report, and I appreciate the honesty about moving with haste. But I just wanted to clarify that you'd be able to stick with these numbers of 8 in and out. Oh well, 8 a day.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. I'm slightly concerned with the number of objections that have been raised by residents. We're talking 151 people who are extremely unhappy. So, from my understanding, what further has been done to try and, as well as consultations, has there been anything further to try and bring residents around? I do know that people are reluctant to change, but if what further has been done to try and change their mind?
We certainly, from a mitigation of their concerns point of view, we've changed and evolved the application as we've moved it forward and listened and heard their concerns. The gates were too far forward, which actually meant there was stacking of the HGVs as they were coming through. And this was all in the letter that we sent. So the letter that we sent out, hand delivered to all residents, we made sure that the 4, I'll be very open, 4, and it wasn't 4 at the time, but we brought that down. DHL changed a lot of their operating and procedures and structures to make sure it was 4, but those 4 were also booked in, so we knew when they were arriving. We have a manned gate, and he or she on the gate knows when they are arriving, knows to expect them, logs them as a visitor, and cars, by the way, as well as transporters. So the whole process, which those that attended last week would have seen, is smooth and a simple operation entering. We've got signage, so people now don't go into Dunblane Drive. And I think one of the really key things, and I don't mean this in a sort of combative or controversial way, but Dunblane Drive as the residential area, we've got to remember that we are not a residential road. Until you go past our access, there is no residential. So it's the vernacular and dialogue that creates different visuals. It is not driving through a residential area.
Just to add to it as well, you made the question around the connection to the communities ongoing. We operate hundreds of sites through the UK, and I cannot think of a single situation where we have not been able to resolve or build the community connections in a very strong and positive way. So I've no qualms or no doubts about it. It's got to start with dialogue. First dialogues are always the hardest ones, sometimes, aren't they? And then it will progress positively. I have no doubt, and that's what I articulated to Howard and through to Julie in the emails that we shared.
Yeah, just to reiterate something that Mr. Butterfield said is that at the time of the application being submitted, at that period of time, we had had stock transfer over from Alconbury, and we put our hands up and said, yes, it was way busier than it should have been, and we do apologise quite sincerely about that situation. But once that stock transfer was completed and the site settled down into normal operating mode, things have improved massively. We've put some signage up at the north, there's signage there to say that if there's any stray vehicles turn up there, it directs them to the alternative access, complete with a postcode for the sat-navs. There's on-site signage as well, and my client's more than happy to put some signage up in the highway to direct people. I appreciate that in normal circumstances, the highways team don't like signage in the highway verge, but if members are so minded, informally, naturally, because you don't have a proposal for advertisements before you, if highways could look at that positively, we'd be more than happy to put signage in the highway to help ensure that the risk of vehicles going straight on and missing the turning into the DHL site to an absolute minimum. We're quite happy to do that, Chairman. Thank you.
But I also think Councillor Julie Stevenson recommended a person was needed on site. I recall her mentioning that there is a person, manned on site now directing them in 20 all the time that the operating hours are operating.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I may have missed it in the address, but Joseph Odam Way has been mentioned several times as perhaps an alternative access to your operation. Is there any particular reason why you don't use what I would call the existing, the established access to the showground site?
So, as everybody knows, it's a big site and there's a lot going on with the major application of the redevelopment of the site, but also for the site to keep continuing operating as a showground, which it is. We've changed the structure of the site and the type and operating of the events, but we still are an events business. Now, actually, it would be worse to continue as people want and is policy compliant for the site to continue to be used as a showground, and then mixing the traffic from DHL with the showground traffic or event traffic would actually be worse. So to be compliant with the continued use of showground, which we are, we can't then mix the traffic together. Is that okay? Does that answer?
If I might, well, it's okay because I heard you, yes, but surely if it's limited to 8 transporter movements a day, that's hardly much of a conflict in different types of traffic. Is it? And as a supplementary to that,
well,
if I could finish, well, as a supplementary to that, what events are you currently undergoing?
We're reviewing all of our events and with the hope of putting new events on. Sorry. There are certain events scheduled in. I don't know them off the top of my head sat here, but there will be in the future events still continuing at the showgrounds. The other consideration is, as I've said, for 40 years, that entrance has been the entrance deemed as the most safe and suitable for access for the larger vehicles.
You haven't really answered my question, in all honesty.
Sorry, please just, and I'll try again.
I will certainly do that. It's been mentioned, certainly by the objectors and certainly the ward councillor, who is intimate with this showground, that the Joseph Odam Way, what I would call the traditional entrance to the showground, has not been considered, although it's part of the application. It's in the red line. It's not being considered as the access to your DHL operation. You've told me that it's because of a potential conflict between event traffic as well as the DHL traffic, but there are no events currently. You can't.
There will be events.
If I could finish, you're telling me you don't know of any specific events, but because you don't, you've just said that. So why isn't that being considered for access to the DHL operation, which is acceptable to the objectors?
It has been very much considered, reviewed and analysed. One from a traffic, highways, national and local perspective. 2 from an events perspective. 3 from a future development potential perspective, and many other reasons why, in all honesty, if we could use another access, I would be very happy to use another access to alleviate a problem. There is not a kind of rationale to try and squeeze people into this other access if we didn't, had other alternatives. Why wouldn't we? So every opportunity has been thoroughly analysed and reviewed, and sadly, that's just not an option.
If I might, Chair, final question. Why then, and it's my lack of understanding, most likely, why is it part of the application then? Why is it included in the application?
I keep wanting to say through you, Chairman, as if I've sat back in my old seat, but apologies. I think we were mindful of the fact that the Dunblane access might be contentious. we were mindful of the fact that DHL wanted their own dedicated access and didn't want their vehicle movements moving on site in amongst other showground traffic. But we wanted a fallback position if it came to pass that the Dunblane access was absolutely and utterly unacceptable. However, we're at this point in time whereby we've provided to the officers the traffic information about the number of vehicles, type of vehicles coming and going from the site associated with the DHL operation, and we've analysed all of the junctions that highways have asked us to analyse, as well as national highways, and it's been demonstrated that there is sufficient capacity to accommodate this development. So in that regard, whilst many people might think that the northern access is better, at the end of the day, this Dunblane access has been found to be technically highway acceptable.
Thank you for that. But you included it as part of the application in case the Dunblane Drive element was unacceptable. So you are prepared to use that northern access. That's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm still struggling to accept that there's been enough engagement between you and the residents. I mean, again, I would like to make reliance on initial consultation 84, response 152, objection 151. That's shocking. In your address, you said that there were many consultations. Can you just give me a figure? How many?
I think many informal consultations. We speak regularly with local people, we speak regularly with ward councillors, and we have done so. The number is, I don't know exactly the number, but it's a regular occurrence that we're speaking to people. Sorry, what was the other part of the question?
That was my question.
Okay.
Sheffy, through you. Now, a question was asked by Councillor Mahmood that considering that the objection 151, what further did you do to engage with the residents? And you said that you had a meeting with them and you couldn't get anywhere because there's a lot of noise and a lot of destruction. So considering that, am I right to accept that you did not have any consultations with them? What you're trying to say? Because on one hand, you're saying that we had consultations. You can't give me a number. On the other hand, you're saying that we did try our consultations, but we couldn't get anywhere. There were a lot of objections and we were not getting anywhere. So which one do you want me to accept?
I'd like you to accept, and we can provide lots of communication methods that we've tried to communicate with the local people, and that's email, that's telephone calls, that's LinkedIn, that's in fact two other councillors have been incredibly supportive and have tried to engage with the community on our behalf and working with us on many occasions. They're sadly not here to represent today, but they are very supportive of this application. And everybody's working really hard, but I think it's a very emotion driven situation. We have every thing to say it's better to communicate, to work with and to collaborate with the local people. There would be no win for us to not to do so. The only opportunity for us is to work with people, and we would do anything to do that. So it's just disappointing that we're not given that opportunity. We've tried many ways to do so.
Just to add from my perspective, I can talk about specifically the areas I've been involved in. As I say, I personally had calls, I personally invited. I was attending the site last week when we were due to have a meeting, which unfortunately we weren't able to attend. Which these things happen, it's fine. But I'm sure when there's a will on all sides, we've made it very clear. It's an open door from my perspective, from a DHL side. I'd love to invite anybody around to come and look at what we do and talk to us whenever people would like to do so. And I'm sure that'll get resolved, as it always, we always do in all of our sites. This is nothing different new from a connection perspective to the community. I don't see that as an issue to resolve.
May I just add one further point, because you have brought up the number of objections, and the number of objections is high. We've done a lot of analysis on those objections, and albeit 151 objections, a huge amount of those, and we have all the stats and analysis of those, are repeat single person objections. We believe one person has made 30 of those objections from the same house. And we can give you exactly all of those numbers. One person has made 30. Other people have made 5, 10, 15, 20. So, albeit it seems a very, very large, and it is a very large number, that is not 150 households objecting. There are multiple objections from the same household, and we're very happy to share those.
Thank you, Chair. My colleague Councillor Mahmood asked the initial question in relation to the vehicle movements and the condition C12 that you've seen has been put in place. So my follow-up really is, how are you expecting to comply with that? I.e., are you expecting to continue to utilise the workaround that's in place? Do you have an alternative? Or is it just simply that now that you've moved the stock, those number of movements will remain below the 8 per day?
Absolutely. I'm confident we can hit the numbers that we've talked about. The facility offsite, as we've described, is part of our business continuity plan. As the operation settles down and we get the right mix of customers in there that don't have peak and troughs, which is what we're doing now, I see no issues in there sticking to the numbers that we talked about, and the overall movements in and out is representative of where we'll be going forward.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Just some points of clarification. You've talked about engagement with the local community and city councillors. You've not mentioned the parish council. Have you had any dealings with the parish council at all?
It's a long time since I attended the last event, and I can't recall who was on the invitation list, so I can't guarantee to answer that question accurately. So I best not.
So I believe the parish were invited to those consultations. We have multiple applications running at the time, and again, we're talking to the parish on various different applications, but I don't have to hand exactly which ones they were attended or not to.
My understanding, but anyway, so just to get the list, this thing with the off-site vehicles coming from an off-site location where you offload vehicles, how many transporters are actually being dealt with off-site as opposed to, so if you were, what I'm saying is that if you were you had no restriction of the 8 a day, how many transporters would you actually be putting through? Because, you know, the fact that it's a transporter going through, or what is it, 10 vehicles per transporter, it's the same number of cars, isn't it?
6 or 7 cars, yeah, not transporter.
Okay.
I think in the control period, I would need to go and have a look at the statistics that we set around. But when we got the peaks and troughs, it's specifically there for the peaks and troughs. I have to go and check with the team on specific numbers about will it be going forward, but it's within that control data that we've provided. Would be represented.
And it's, again, just to clarify, it's completely legal to do so. It's completely managed, and the processes are run through the normal DHL processes.
Yeah.
So
and the numbers of cars are still within the number of cars that are accepted as part of the application.
What I'm saying here is that presumably you have a look at your demand that comes forward, and it will say that there is a number of transporter movements that need to come onto the site. You obviously are pegging them at 8, and so you're having to say, oh, we've got, and I'm trying to find out what this figure is. Is it that they're saying that there's 15 and you're having to put 7 transporters through the off-site location to get round this restriction, or is it 10, 20? How many? Just so I can get a view of, because ultimately all of those cars go through that same location. So in terms of the impact it has on the community through that gate, there are a number of cars, number of properties that are right on the border of that gate. And you know, this is a gate that previously was only used on you know, for a day, and then a 3-day where it wasn't used at all, another day. That this is every single day, that there's a large number of movements, be it transporters, cars, whatever. That's still a lot of movements through the thing. So I'm trying to work out how many transporters you're having to divert to get round this restriction.
So, if I could park, pardon the pun, the transporter question to one side for a moment. Irrespective of transporters offloading away from site and those cars individually being driven into site, those movements have been included in the traffic data that's been provided to highways and the planning officers. So they're already accounted for. So the only way in which they're not accounted for is in the context of HGV movements of transporters coming in and out. So we've said 4 in, 4 out is our maximum, and that's going to be abided by. Any surplus to that, and those surpluses only happen, relatively speaking, occasionally when there's a specific circumstance in play, does that overflow site away from the showground take place. But the actual cars coming from that off-site location into site have been accounted for in the figures that have been presented to the officers.
So the specific question, how many, I don't have the information in front of me. I'm sure there's people there who can maybe assist me answering the question. But I don't want to give you a number that turns out to be not correct, because I don't have the information specifically for that question in front of me. I can get it quite quickly, but I don't have it right in front of me.
Thank you, Chair. I've been involved in the motor trade for a number of years, more than I choose to remember. And one of my biggest headaches was always transport drivers. You know, you can put a guy in a high vis in a clown suit and try and direct them one way and they'll go the other way. So it's a nightmare, and I understand why residents are concerned about that. I just wanted to touch on something which, for me, the main issue that they seem to be highlighting is this entrance and the traffic going in, not the operation and what's happening within the site. So they mentioned that there's marshals during Truck Fest, there's marshals, you know, and at that time there's not a problem. So you're saying you've moved the gate away. You mentioned a marshal, but is that at the gate or at the corner to marshal lorries in? Because if that's happening,
it's at the gate, so it's visually present. So when they come around the corner, they should be able to see a high vis representative marshal.
it's just that if you move the gate away from where it was before, it'll be probably difficult or missed by drivers as they're going past and missing the junction.
Yeah. So when we say we moved the gate, there were new gates put in which were not in the right location because that was causing the stacking. So we've moved those and replaced those with a marshal. So we allow them straight in and have that. I get exactly what you mean.
Are you saying the marshals at the start?
Correct. Yes.
Near the junction,
yes,
to avoid them going the wrong way?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
And signage as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wanting to get a picture of how this, because we've got on the application, on one of the conditions, it says the site would be accessed between 0600 hours and 1800 hours, Monday to Friday, with 8 movements or 4 movements or 4 vehicles twice. How does that pan out during the day? What happens if a vehicle turns up 2 hours early or an hour early? I know I've had residents write to me, they've got sort of large vehicles parked in the road with diesel engines running through the night. And of course you go and have the sort of the fans working. So how is that going to work, and that will impact? So what are your plans for those sorts of eventualities?
Yeah, sure. So we absolutely had those issues at the start through the transition period, without a doubt. We do operate a very strict booking system. where we work with our haulier providers who will come in, they need to get booked in to attend on site. They're only allowed in if they're booked in. And then that's where the yard marshal that we've discussed is a key role in policing those numbers. So the planning office within the buildings will set out the plan for the day for the week, so we know who should be there. All of the hauliers have been briefed, and will continually be briefed about the staging locations, the time that they're due to arrive, and within the windows that we've set.
What's the sort of turnaround? So are you expecting them to arrive at 6 or 8, and then 2 hours, and then 2 hours, or 2 hours and 2 hours? Or are you expecting them to sort of turn up at 9? Do you have set slots, or is the first one turning up at 6 and then the last one leaving at 1800 hours?
Yes, so the specifics on the schedule I would need to dig into, but they're spread through the day, with the earliest arrivals at 6 a.m. in the morning.
That was really important, because the challenge, or the biggest concern, was stacking of trucks, which would then be causing absolutely problems on the highway and the roundabout. So the solution was to make sure that those 4 were very much separate, and the access by moving the gates, sorry, that was your question, but by moving the gates meant that they could come onto our property and not be stacked, albeit was a singular vehicle, and not on the road causing any issue whatsoever.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, John. Yeah, in relation to those points, I notice on the slide that's actually showing now we've got a location of ANPR camera. What is that to do? Is there a plan to automatically control the access gate? You're not going to do away with the marshal in a month's time, or once you've got if you're successful, that sort of thing.
But let me answer.
Go on.
So we are moving a lot of our security gates and digitalisation of them onto things like ANPRs. But they're not always fail safe from that perspective. In this instance, without a doubt, the marshal stays there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Right, we'll move to questions to officers, etc. Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you, Chair. So what I want to touch on first is the clarity on the limit per day. So the condition states 8. Is that an absolute limit? Is that an average limit? And depending on, regardless of the answer, how would that be monitored, and what is the impact just for my own benefit?
Through Chair, that's an absolute limit. It's not an average, so it is per day. In terms of monitoring, like any condition, if there are any reported breaches, the enforcement team would consider the options or the actions to take.
Okay. Yes, second. You got another question? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So there's obviously been discussion with the applicants around the left-hand turn into Dunblane Drive, off Dunblane Drive into the showground. And Councillor Collins, the left here, asked the question in terms of the marshalling and so on. Was any consideration put in, and I appreciate this may be a question that might be straying the boundaries a little bit, but was any consideration put in for a condition to actually restrict the roadway north from that junction to actually prevent HGVs? Right, I narrow it to one lane, actually put a physical barrier, well, not a physical barrier, but certainly a noticeable deterrent to HGVs to take that route and to almost force them into the left-hand turn.
Through Chair, the application red edge only is limited to the access road in. However, the condition, if I bring it up, condition 5, if I direct you to that, includes improvements to the junction with Dunblane Drive and Newcombe Way and directional signage to try to mitigate that. But in terms of physical barriers within the public, they would be within the public highway, and that would be something that local highway authority would need to put in and equally balance the impact on local residents as well as this development. So not something we directly consider in terms of physically narrowing the lane or making it difficult for HGVs to go down there. No.
Yep.
Yeah. Forgive me, but is that something that could be conditioned if people were in agreement? And I mean, obviously we can't ask the applicant now, and I didn't want to ask the applicant prior to asking officers, but it's just obviously there's been comments and concerns about signage being sufficient. And as we know, it doesn't matter how many signs you put up, people ignore them, so, or miss them. So I'm just interested in whether there's an opportunity or whether it can or cannot be done.
Through you, Chair, in our professional opinion and based on Highways comments, there would be no justification in terms of highway safety grounds in kind of having that physicals. The drivers that do go into there go in by mistake. So it's not, yeah, but there will be no crucial, essentially there will be no highway grounds that officers can see in our professional judgment. Yeah, it's just as Phil points out, the mitigation secured via the conditions is sufficient. Yeah, as I say.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Mahmood?
Thank you, Chair, through you. Just a question with regards to HGVs going, if they miss a turn and they go through the residential area, have officers considered with regards to, if that was to happen, the wear and tear of the highway, of that happening and possibly, damaging the highway at the cost of the council. So, what sort of measures have been brought to take that into consideration?
It's through you, Chair, and similar to Councillor Sharp's point, the mitigation as put on is considered sufficient. Now, any damage to the public highway will be a matter for the local highway authority to take up by, and it will be a different legislation, the Highways Act, that will be relevant. But yeah, crucially, the vehicles are entering down Dunblane Drive are by mistake, and the conditions sufficiently address the highway impact from the proposal directly.
You got a second? You got a follow up for that? Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Just a thought. Would it be appropriate to ask the applicant by way of a condition with regards to visibility? I mean, I know these HGVs are massive and they're huge, by way of as an indication that it is working, to maybe have some sort of flashing beacon or something like that to indicate that it is in it's not looking for it is at work basically.
Through Chair, the principal motivation for C5 and the directional signage is to achieve something similar, to gain some signage to assist that further. Now, whatever form that takes will need to be appropriate to the local highway authority, but yeah.
Councillor Hiller.
Thank you, Chair. Joseph Odom Way. I'm just wondering whether you've given that, well, you obviously have because you're a professional, but why isn't that being called for rather than the other access, which is proved hugely contentious?
Through you, Chair, I'll take the first part, and if my colleagues in Highways want to jump in, that. But the application as it was submitted, the main access proposed for this development was Dunblane Drive, and there was early discussions with the applicant when Highways raised their initial objection, and I stated to the applicant there was discussions about possibly considering an alternative access. This was not considered. Dunblane Drive was the access that all the monitoring details and the transport details were provided for. and that was the application in front of us that we had to consider. Yeah.
If I might, Chair, thank you. Thanks for that. And I get that completely. When I asked, though, the applicant's agent, Mr. Harding, did say that that was the plan B, should plan A not be acceptable. That was very clear from that. So if that indeed had been considered and it was actually included on the application, again, I ask, but probably not you, probably Sarah, why that wasn't suggested as a better, more convenient, more amenable access to the residents of Dunblane Drive.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Going back, picking up on what Asif's already said, the application didn't propose the use of Joseph Oden Way at all, so no information's been submitted to demonstrate that that would be a suitable access for the development. So in those terms, as highways, we've not had anything provided to us to be able to consider for that basis. In terms of accessing via Dunblane Drive, the main route to get to the Dunblane Drive access is through either the parkway system or the existing industrial estate, which is the sort of location that you'd expect to see car transporters. It's only the very short section of Dunblane Drive itself to the site access, which you see the increase in sort of residential traffic rather than the commercial vehicles, because obviously that's where it starts going into the residential estate. But ultimately, we can only judge on the information we're provided with.
Just as a sign-off, Jay, presumably you thought it was odd that it was included in the application rather than not included at all.
Yeah, I mean the red line does go up towards the Joseph Odom access, and there's not really any information that I recall seeing with the application to indicate why that route's also been included. But the submissions make it very clear that the applicant's only looking to use the Dunblane Drive access for the proposal.
Councillor Hogg.
Very much on the same theme. So it was intimated, certainly by the agent, that there was this plan B, that, you know, if we were so minded that we might put a condition that said that we wouldn't want it to go through the Dunblane access, but we would be we find it acceptable to go through the Oden Way entrance. Is that something we can condition, or is that not something we can condition?
Chair. It's because that's not been put forward as part of the application, and none of the transport assessments that have been carried out, the junction modelling, any of the supporting information, and the swept path analysis and all of that, none of that has been carried out for Joseph Oden Way. So as highways, I'd be very reluctant to see anything requiring the use of the Joseph Oden Way access without all of that supporting information to demonstrate that it could be used without any severe highways impact.
I thought that might be the case, but that's why I asked the question.
Okay. Councillor Iqbal.
If I might, Chair, I mean, under that scenario, you would have to refuse the application as it is presented, yes?
Councillor Iqbal. Thank
you, and through you, Chair. My question relates to the relationship between the applicant and residents. Now, they've raised some concerns that the revised highway information wasn't made, was not provided to them. I just want assurance from officers that you've done everything within the procedure. There wasn't any procedural error, and it was done fair and in a transparent way. Is that right?
So, through you, Chair, the revised transport assessment was on the public access website. The committee agenda had gone out with the refusal reason, and that information was received during the meantime. So everything has been in the public sphere. I appreciate the short notice, and this has been the same for officers. I only received the recommendation from Highways late last week, and I had to update my recommendation within a couple of days as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. Going back on Joseph Autumn Way access. Now, what you've said that nothing was presented to you, so that's why you didn't consider it. But as officers, considering that a lot of interest has been developed, there's a lot of objections. Wouldn't you be minded to look at alternatives? Find a way, a solution which would be accepted both to the applicant and to the resident? Wouldn't you just suggest that to the applicant, even though they've not submitted anything to you?
Through you, Chair, this was suggested consideration initially during the April-May time when various concerns were raised. An email was sent to the agent to advise them that currently as it stands, Dunblane Drive is unacceptable. It may be reasonable to consider alternative accesses, but
so you did suggest that to them?
The recommendation to consider alternative accesses was recommended, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hussain.
Sorry, my computer's died, Chair. I was just going to ask, was there some talk of some work being done to the junction to improve it for the access? And is part of that improvement to, just a common thing that for me, if there was improvement to make the road markings, make it go that way around to make it consistent and the other one will give way, is that what was proposed? So that lorries don't just drive on into the residential area but follow the road round? Or was it about widening the junction?
The requirement for the condition is to do with the Dunblane Drive Newcombe Way junction, so the existing right turn lane junction, because the swept path analysis submitted demonstrates that whilst there's a car transporter, HGV transporter waiting in the right turn lane, there's a slight risk of side swipes by HGVs passing that, and also if there are two car transporters passing on the section of Dunblane Drive between the showground access and the Newcombe Way junction, there's a risk of transporters needing to overrun the curbing and things like that. So the condition is for improvements to that junction, just to provide a little bit of extra width in the carriageway. Essentially, the full design of that would all be carried out and safety audited as part of that process. In terms of the road markings and things like that, that is something that can be looked at. It's not something that's been considered in any detail at this stage.
Yes, Councillor Hussain, yeah, come back.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just looking at that, the Newcombe Way, I'm guessing the lorries or transporters would come from the roundabout, heading towards and then turning right onto Dunblane Drive. But as vehicles coming around the other way, if there's a lorry going across, is there no concern about a transporter driving across, say, an active lane where there's a bend? So drivers coming from that way may be not expecting to find a large transporter in front of them. Is there a traffic light there, or is it?
It's the right turn lane, so the transporters should wait in that right turn lane until it is safe to cross the oncoming traffic. Obviously, we can't control driver behaviour, but that's the purpose of a right turn lane is for a vehicle to have a safe place to wait whilst it waits for the carriageway to become clear to make the manoeuvre.
Okay. Councillor Jamil.
Thank you, Chair. Right at the outset,
we were told that things were done in haste, you know, the lease was finishing. How would that process have worked with planning? So they came to you and, you know, did we give them any assurances? How did that play out?
Through your chair. So my understanding is pretty much the way that the applicant described it. They became aware that they were going to need to move from their Alconbury facility at fairly short notice. They came to this council. I wasn't party to any of the conversations that went on, so I can't elaborate in any great detail what was said. But it was agreed that the applicant could put a retrospective planning application in entirely at their own risk. Anything you do that needs planning permission without planning permission is entirely at the risk of the applicant. Yeah, they were requested to put a retrospective planning application, which they did, which has been under consideration for several months now, and here it is today before you as members to consider.
Okay. Councillor Iqbal.
Sorry, just a clarification. The applicant in the address said that that the two councillors were in support. Firstly, I want to know if that's the case, and have they made any representations?
Through you, Chair, other than Councillor Stevenson, I'm not aware of any formal representations. Councillor Stevenson was objecting to the application, so I've not had anything in support.
So am I right to understand that the two are they in support, or are they?
I'm not aware.
Okay.
I'm not aware.
Don't know. That's fair enough. Councillor Casey.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's a question really for highways, because I think you're key to this really. Condition 5, it sort of talks about 3,500 kilograms. No car transporter with a total weight shall enter or leave the application site until details of off-site highway works and improvements to Dumbling Drive are submitted. Now the thing is, this is retrospective, so things are happening now. What do you think is going to happen once those conditions are in place? Are they going to be ridden over roughshod until something happens? Or, you know, because we've heard already from highways that there's a danger that you can have side swipes from vehicles. It sounds a little bit risky, that sort of thing. If those conditions are in place and no vehicles are supposed to go through, what happens day one, i.e. tomorrow?
Through you, Chair, if with the way the condition is worded, it would take effect immediately, and if we've recommended it on grounds of highway safety, the expectation is the local authority would enforce against it on the very same grounds that we've recommended it.
Councillor Hiller.
Just point of clarification from the officers, if that was the case, and it did, as Councillor Casey interestingly termed it as riding roughshod. I thought that was quite interesting when you said that. But if they did ride roughshod and it was enforced, we'd have a bit of a pickle here, wouldn't we? Because you're effectively saying that access, and correct me if I'm wrong, but access would be denied through that route. So they would have to use the alternative route north. Is that as I understand it, or am I confused?
Through you, Chair, it just refers to the car transporters which are HGVs. So other vehicles would be able to use it, but the current wording of condition 5 also restricts vehicles using Joseph Odom Way associated with this development. It goes back to what Highways was saying about the lack of information and the lack of modelling with regards to this proposed development. So we're not aware of the impact with this proposed development. Condition 4, sorry, with regards to the impact. Yes. Yeah, but we're not aware of, or we're not satisfied in terms of highway grounds that this proposed development combined with the showground uses would not result in a severe highway impact for Joseph Oldham Way, hence why it's been restricted down, but it does purely restrict the use for HGV car transporters, so not single car transporters or vehicles.
Any other clarifications at all? Yes, Councillor Sharp.
Sorry, can I just ask for clarification on that? So if I play this back, so does C4 and C5 combined say that access is only, if planning is granted, access is only from Dunblane Drive, but access has to cease until you've accepted the proposal changes for signage to that junction? So from tomorrow, should we be minded to approve the application, no access, HGV access can happen until that C5 has been complied with? That's correct.
Yes.
Right.
That's the clarification on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, so just to clarify, the condition only restricts the large HGV transporters. It doesn't restrict other transport coming in via Dunblane Drive. The applicant earlier on suggested that they have an issue with that condition and it would cause them problems. We're very much of the opinion that that condition is necessary to make this acceptable due to the highway safety risk, which has been outlined by Highways colleagues.
Okay. Councillor Hogg.
Just to clarify, so total weight, including cargo, of 3.5 tonne. That would exclude every HGV without an unlaid, without any load at all. I mean, at 3.5 tonne is the weight limit for a twin axle van. So it seems to me that would mean that no car transporters would be allowed apart from maybe the single van transporter with a and even then it might be restricted in terms of the vehicles that could be on the back of it, because I know that there are a lot of electric vehicles, specifically sort of Range Rovers and the like, that can't be transported on a 3.5 tonne transporter because they are too heavy to go onto a petrol vehicle or diesel vehicle fueled transporter. Is that the case?
Through you, Chair, yes.
Yes, Councillor, not the same thing.
Well, it is the same thing, Chair, but just to add a picture to this. I mean, I own a motorhome, which is more than 3.5, sort of 3,500 kilograms. So that's a motorhome. So yeah, put it context. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? No. Well done. Bit of a grilling there. No, it's fine. That's what they're here for. We're going to move to debate then. So who wants to kick that off? Yeah, Councillor Hiller. We'll go with you, and Councillor Sharp.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for that. I mean, we've, thick end of a fair amount of time we've spent on this, quite rightly, of course, because it is a very contentious application. We get that the sheer volume in the public gallery is unusual, to say the least. 150 odd objections we've heard from the applicant. That a number of those objections were duplicates from the same household. Whether that's true or not, I don't know patently. My concern, as perhaps I've expressed on a couple of occasions this afternoon, is this access through Dunblane Drive when there is another access, and I completely understand our officer's stance on this, that no information was given, no modelling has been done, no official information with regard to the application on that other access, what I would call the traditional access into the showground, has been submitted. Therefore, it's not been considered. It is interesting that when the question was asked to Mr. Harding, the agent, that it very obviously appeared that this is Plan A and Plan B is the other access. That's what came across to me. I'm uncomfortable with these huge vehicles potentially going through because they, you know, if they turn left, then they don't go through, other than to the back of a row of houses. But I'm uncomfortable with them missing that turn, and potentially, you know, creating problems, potentially safety problems as well, to the residents of that development. And it's a very pleasant development. I have to say I'm sitting on the fence at the moment, Chair. I really am looking at the amenity, the potential for amenity loss, and certainly the potential for highway safety, if indeed this application is approved in its current form. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Guys, you're a little bit loud. It's all right. I understand you've got to.
Do they want to complete?
No, it's just so as you can hear the question. That's
no, it's right. If you
want
want
to debate, so that's all it is. Carry on.
So, similar vein to Councillor Heller, trying to boil this down to make what is obviously a very concerning situation from a resident's perspective, to try and keep it fairly simple. And it all for me boils down to the safety assessment of this turning off Dunblane Drive into the showground. And I hear the points that have been made in relation to an alternative and why is an alternative not being considered. But I think that's very clear. The applicant hasn't referred to it, hasn't included the assessment for it. It wasn't refused on those grounds. Originally, it was refused on the lack of information, which is now being provided. So we can't really consider that as a committee, if I understand it. That would come later if we refused it and they decided to try an alternative. For us, what we need to consider is what's proposed with the conditions. Is that junction off Dunblane Drive safe for residents? Does it comply with the highway requirements? And currently the officers are saying yes. So our challenge as a committee is, do we challenge that? And what is that challenge? I have to say, I think I'd like to see more clarity on what that signage and barriers are, hence my line of questioning earlier. But we have to rely on officers to provide that acceptance and the applicant to put it forward. So very similar to Councillor Hiller, I'm sort of a bit imbalanced at the moment, but I'm kind of minded to approve the application simply because it boils down to this one piece of turn off Dunblane Drive, and officers are saying they are satisfied. I have not heard anything as yet to say to the contrary. The only thing clearly that us concerns is whether they adhere to the number of vehicles. We've heard the applicant say that yes, they will, and they made a mistake early on. We have to take that at face value, and that officers in our enforcement team will be monitoring and enforcing that condition. So on that basis, I would need some persuasion that the safe access turning off Dunblane Drive is not safe, and officers have got it wrong. Thank you.
Councillor Hogg. Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So I have a multitude of issues with this application. I have to say, the talking to local residents, you know, we're told that they've engaged through social media and LinkedIn. I find the use of LinkedIn as a way to get hold of quite bizarre, I have to say, and yet there doesn't seem to be any proof of any engagement with the parish council, or certainly in any substantial way. So I feel that maybe the consultation with local people was more of a box ticking exercise. I do have concerns about, you know, the ramping up of the use of this entrance. That I think that it's a bit like, you know, people say, why buy a house next to a pub and then complain about the fact that people, you know, that you get noise from the pub. But the residents on Southgate bought their houses knowing that there was a showground there, and they knew that there was vehicle movements going in and out of that gate. But that wasn't a daily basis. That wasn't even a weekly basis, for that matter. It was more an ad hoc thing, and I do take on board that they tend to use that entrance for heavy goods vehicles, and that was about segregation between the cars that were coming in and out of the entrance, etc., etc., and to kind of be able to segregate those two streams of vehicles into the site on, you know, for getting into the site and then getting back out of the site again. We are only talking about 4 lorries a day here. 4 lorries. And you know, the heyday of the showground are well and truly over. That, you know, the number of movements that were coming, you know, the Truck Fest is no longer, you know, all the big ticket items are no longer on that site. And it may well be that they have got some events planned, although we're unable to substantiate what those plans may or may not be. They're going to mix with these 4 lorries a day. I think any event that they're going to be putting on, you know, those 4 lorries are going to get lost into that input. Absolutely. So I'm very much minded that the Joseph Odom way does seem to me a much more practical way of being able to get them on site. There's a very long road down, so if they do actually have them queuing up, you know, if 2 of them arrive around the same time, there's more than enough capacity on site to be able to incorporate them in that long road down to the site where they're going to be using, you know, for the storage and preparation and what have you. I am very worried about the kind of the get round that they've got in using off-site facilities to offload transporters. They weren't able to tell me how many transporters that involved, which would suggest that it's probably not a small figure and quite a large figure. And which then means that you've got a lot of cars, brand new cars, being driven along, you know, in Southgate, and you know, the more movements, the more potential there is of car accidents, etc., etc. And that particular sort of corner is always got, you know, there was a telegraph pole that went down recently. There is still currently a road sign that is certainly worse for wear, and probably needs complete replacement, where cars have come off the road due to that corner. So I really don't understand why, you know, the Joseph Odom way, and I absolutely get that we need to have some sort of traffic information about what would happen, what that would entail, and the movements, etc. And would that entrance actually be acceptable or not? It seems to me that they've decided which one they want to use, and they're not producing any alternatives. And you know, the fact that they had questions given to them by Highways or by the officers in April, and didn't get a reply back to them until October, tends to suggest that, you know, that they're not particularly, you know, it's DHL, the David and Goliath type battle going on here. That, you know, that they will do it in their time and not in the time that's requested by the council, despite the fact that this is, you know, a retrospective application and not one that is, you know, coming in the correct way. I take on board that they were kind of given the nod and said, look, you know, it's fine, but you need to get on with the application. Well, they absolutely haven't got on with the application, have they? So I'm minded to vote against this, I have to say. I think that, you know, the strength of feeling from the residents is not insubstantial, and we need to listen to our residents. And I don't think this is a NIMBY thing. I think this is, you know, these are very genuine concerns about a site that was, you know, has been for a number of decades used for one purpose, and they've just decided to just completely turn it around and turn it into an industrial processing centre for cars, and the huge amount of movements on a daily basis is unacceptable. So on that basis, I'm going to be voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a bit of a tough one. So I've been back and forth with various, thoughts on this and how I think I should vote. At the moment, where I'm sitting, I'm minded to vote in favour of the application. And the reasons are, I feel like the applicant has tried, compared to some of the other applications which come in, I feel like they have tried to engage or consult with residents, maybe not to the sort of level that residents would have liked. But the other thing is, as a business, if it was my business, yeah, I'd want the shortest route from A to B. We're talking about, well, why do they use the other way? You're talking about a lot of vehicles moving, not from just one junction, from the small junction there, which is the concern because residents saying it's close to, or it's causing lorries to go into their development. But if they didn't turn left there, then they're having to go through three roundabouts, probably a 2 mile round trip. But you're talking about a lot of vehicles going that way, whether it's lorries, whether it's these cars that are going to go that way, and then you're just pushing the problem further up the road for other people, other residents on other areas or other estates. The officers are talking about improving the junction, which yes, I was concerned about. So I think those improvements, the idea, the applicant have said that they've moved the gate back to get the lorries off the road, which I think is a good idea. They've said that they'll keep a marshal in place, so it shows that they're trying to work with the residents by stopping those lorries going down that residential road. So those sort of things I think are making me at the moment look in favour of this application.
Councillor Iqbal. Come back to Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to congratulate our officer. It's a difficult one. Right. The two issues I'm going to try to address and make some comments on. First of all, engagement between the applicant and the residents. My findings on that are that there was no engagement, no constructive engagement. I asked a question, how many meetings have you had? Now, considering that this application has attracted a lot of interest, and on the basis of 151 objections, one should have the numbers, at least numbers. That clearly shows they were not prepared. Secondly, from officer's point of view, my understanding is that if somebody puts an application, it's their job to give them alternatives. They should explore alternatives which are suitable for the applicant and for the residents. Now, my question was to the officer, did you suggest Joseph Adam Way access? They said, yes, we did send them an email giving them a recommendation that you should consider that. By choice, the applicant disregarded that. Why? Why? That's a question. Now, had they given the necessary documents, the traffic assessment or whatever you call it, the officers would have been able to make a better judgment on it, which would have been acceptable to the residents as well as the officers. My question is, why did they not provide that information? That clearly shows they had a clear intention. This is the way we want to go and this is the way we want to obtain it. However, I think the question Councillor Hiller asked the agent, that they already have an option B in place. If you already have an option B in place, why didn't you provide the necessary documents for it? That again shows lack of cooperation, lack of consideration on taking regard of the residents. So, in a nutshell, or as a whole, I would say that I don't find the applicant credible. I don't find them supportive, even though that's not material in the outcome of the decision. However, we need to give them some consideration. In their address, they said that other two councillors were in support. I raised a question. I couldn't see anything in the document, and I've not seen any representation from them that are supporting it. Again, credibility issue. So, I am minded to go against officer's recommendation on the basis that we had an alternative. They choose not to explore that avenue, and on that basis, I am fully minded to refuse, or fully minded to go against officer's recommendation, unless or otherwise somebody could convince me either way. Thank you.
you, Councillor Lick or Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair, for indulging me to come back. Pick up some of Councillor Iqbal's comments. I think for me, they didn't apply for option B. No applicant would apply for option A and option B. They'll apply for the option that they want. So I hear what you're saying, completely hear what you're saying, but option B is not on the table. So a lot of what's being said is presumption and hearsay, whether the engagement happened or didn't. And obviously the residents are very passionate, so we tend to be weighted to that view, understandably so. However, it is hearsay and presumption that we're trying to make a decision here. For me, the only decision we can make is the junction safe? Oh, the application was originally refused, if I'm reading it correctly, by officers because not enough information was provided. That information has now been provided. Officers are now happy and believe that the junction to be safe for residents. Shame I can't answer the question, I can't confirm that, but that's my assumption from the questioning earlier. So I'm struggling here, although I'm hearing all the points people are saying, I'm struggling to find the key grounds under planning policy that says that we as a committee can refuse it. If somebody can convince me of that, I'm more than happy to support that. But nowhere am I seeing any policy statement, any breach of policy that says that that gives us the confidence to be able to refuse it.
Councillor Hogg.
Just on that, so officers have said they want the junction modified. That would suggest to me that they're saying that the junction is not safe. Otherwise they wouldn't want it changing. I don't know what kind of timescales, but I can kind of hazard a guess that this is not going to be something that can be done in the next couple of weeks or even the next couple of months. Anything that needs sort of civil works takes a lot of time to plan, to get the materials together, to put out to tender, etc., etc. Residents have already experienced a number of issues over the last, 9 months now, 10 months. How many more months do they continue with that issue of a dangerous position? If it wasn't dangerous, the officers wouldn't be recommending modifications. So for my mind, as you rightly say, if it was the fact that the junction was fine and it's all particularly safe, etc., then I'd have some sympathy for your position. But it's fairly clear that officers have said that it isn't safe and it needs modification.
Councillor Hill, I'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just picking up on what Councillor Sharp has said regarding what Councillor Iqbal has said, accusing him in a mild way, but accusing him, well, I think you did, of presumption and hearsay in what he was saying. I would suggest to you that it wasn't either presumption or hearsay that top access to the showground was included in the delineation of the application site. So I would suggest, Councillor Sharp, that if you refer to that application and the delineation of that site, you'll see that it was considered, obviously considered by the applicant, and as the agent quite clearly said, that we use the term Plan A and Plan B. That was my terminology, not the agent's terminology, but they had considered that should, and I think I'm paraphrasing here, but should the Dunblane Drive access be so contentious that they would have to consider using the other access. Those are facts, Councillor Sharp, not presumption or hearsay. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Jamil.
Thank you, Chair. Like I think a few of the others have said, I'm still remaining to be convinced. But for me, the fact that we're sat here 3 hours almost since we started, and the amount of clarifications that we've had to seek from both sides, for me says that there's something not right with this planning application. And I just don't think it's complete, and I just don't think we've explored every avenue that could have been explored. So therefore, I think I'm inclined to go against offering the recommendation today.
Councillor Casey and Councillor Sharp. Do you want to come back?
the bit that it's the relationship between condition 4 and condition 5, because condition 4 says that if we accept this, no vehicles associated with proposed development will use the access from Joseph Odom Way. However, condition 5 says that no car transporter with a total weight value of cargo over 3,500 shall enter or leave the application from Dunblane Drive until details of off-site highway works, which include improvements to the junction and directional signage, have been submitted and approved in writing to the local planning authority. So if we accept this, it looks like we've driven into a little quite appropriate really, we've driven into a cul-de-sac that it's going to be really difficult to reverse out of. I'd be interested to see if I'm reading that wrong from other members of the, but it looks like those two conditions are incompatible with each other.
Councillor Sharp.
Thank you,
Councillor
Chair.
Casey, could you turn your mic off?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so just a point of clarity, my comments in relation to presumption of hearsay earlier were relating to the comments about engagement and whether the applicant had done enough engagement. None of us were present, we don't know, so we've heard both sides. Unfortunately, if it didn't happen, it's disappointing, extremely disappointing, but I wasn't considering it as relevant. It's just disappointing. Back to the point that Councillor Casey's made, which is what I was trying to expand and get hope on. My understanding of what you articulated in C4 and C5 is the same, in that the applicant hasn't applied for Joseph Odom Way. They've applied for access via Dunblane Drive. That's what's been conditioned in C4. C5 is then saying, but until you've presented proposals and we've accepted them, you can't put in transporters in. You can only access via using the cars and trade plates. If my understanding is correct, then by granting this planning application, we have made it safe for residents until officers are satisfied. Whether that's right or wrong, again, is open to debate. The difficulty that I have is if we refuse this application now, on what grounds are we refusing this application? Nobody as yet has said under planning policy, blah, blah, we don't believe this application. So if it goes to appeal, where do we sit? Because I can't see any grounds for refusing it on this basis, and especially as you point out, condition C4 and C5, how it's almost circular. The application closes off the fact that you can use that until officers are satisfied. So unless officers can clarify it, and clearly they can't now, I'm struggling to see the grounds for refusal. Although I have absolutely concerns, the concerns that residents have made, I do understand them, and colleagues across the table.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor.
Yeah, I think you make a very fair point. I would struggle with a policy reason why we should refuse this. I think you make a very fair point. My concern, as I orated earlier, is the amenity loss for the residents around that access, that Dunblane Drive access, and also highway safety. But we are on thin ice, given that our highways officers has determined that when that alteration is made, it in effect makes that access safe in their engineering expertise opinion. The difficulty I would have with condition 4 and condition 5 and taking those two as almost an umbrella condition is that until the applicant, if indeed it's approved, until the applicant submits that plan, anything larger than my motorhome, sorry to use that as an example, but it gives some idea of what 3,500 kilos is, wouldn't be able to enter that site through that access. So I'm not quite sure where we're going with this, given that the applicant would effectively be banned from tomorrow from accessing that site and Dunblane Drive. So with any vehicle of size in essence. So I see our officers nodding over there. So I suppose I actually agree with you. I think this perhaps could be approved on the basis that condition 4 and condition 5 are enforced. But is it going to be enforced? Is the applicant, given the history of the applicant that we've heard, albeit anecdotally, with unregistered vehicles without trade plates being driven on public roads, some of the stuff that's gone on so far with regard to the numbers of vehicles going in and out, is the applicant absolutely going to tell us that will not happen and their business effectively is going to stop as from tomorrow until such time as they get their act into gear and submit those plans?
You finished in debate? Hang on a second. Right. Okay. Have you finished in debate? Yes? Okay. I'll say my bit then. I totally understand this is going to be a most difficult decision for everybody. I'm sorry, sir, you can't address committee. It's too late. So I totally understand. No, I'm sorry. You can't put it at this stage. I'm sorry. You need to bring it in before. It's going to be a difficult decision whichever way, and I totally understand where Councillor Sharp's coming from on policy. But we are elected to be here to debate and make a decision and listen to all sides, aren't we? It would be a sad day when a planning committee looked purely on policy. All right, I know we look at policy, but that's why it hasn't just been gone through as a delegated decision. It's down to us to debate it and think about it. Councillor mentions amenity loss. Of course there's amenity loss. The guys have sat there with their councillor and told you it's ruining their lives. They don't trust the applicant. The applicant has not done as they said. What makes you think they're going to do it in the future? Just because they've said it's 8 a day? Is it 8 a day? How the heck are enforcement going to check that? We're not going to police that and sit at the junction and police that. It's impossible. We have to go on their assurance. Safety risk. Yes, it's a safety risk. We've heard about poles going down. No major accidents. Touch wood, thank God. But these are big lorries. They are going to be there. They're going to be big, and it all, for me, on the safety side, goes down to: is it 4 or 8 movements a day, 4 vehicles a day? And I'm not convinced it is. I'm sure as soon as my view is, history is something you learn from, and history's not been good in this case. We've had massive numbers. Public engagement, very poor, whichever way you look at it. Movements in vehicles, not every day of the week. Yeah, but it didn't used to be. That's what I'm saying from the show field point of view. It used to be when there's a show on. So it was like one weekend or through the week, East of England, Expo, Truck Fest. But now we're talking about 6 till 6, 5 days a week, every week. So there's a massive increase. So there's an amenity again that's being affected. The alternative access we can't consider. That's up to the applicant to consider. We shouldn't take that into account. It's not for us to decide. What's in front of us is what's in front of us. Now, again, why objections do not overrule policy? You said you've been saying 100 odd objections to one person in favour. Some of them might be duplicate. And that is true in planning law. They don't overrule. But again, wouldn't it be a cold day if we don't take that into account? That 150, or all right, let's say 100 with duplicates, and the people that have turned up today with passion. I point to the councillors. One councillor clearly is against this and is here and has come to represent and has done a passionate speech on behalf of the ward. The other 2 councillors, I don't know. I don't know for, or I don't know if they're against. It would be good to know how they felt on this, for or against. Jobs always comes up. Extremely important. We don't want people to lose their jobs. We want to create jobs. We want to create growth. But We are at a stage where, if we're not careful, we look purely at that. And it's not just about jobs. It's not just about jobs at any cost. It's important to take it into account, but don't please just allow that to just be your only reason. Having said that, it's something you need to take into account. The use of the site, nobody's really got a problem. Quite surprised. I thought there'd be more of an issue with that. The MP, Chadish Vara, brings up the speedway. Unfortunately, we can't take that into account. It's nothing to do with this application. It will be in the future, I'm sure, but we can't take that one into account on this one. I'm struggling to look at anything, as Councillor has said, and Councillor Sharp said, that's policy, that you could say under policy LP, blah, 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 this can't go ahead. But I urge you to think more as well as the people in this. You're planning an environmental protection. This is effectively affecting people that live nearby as well. I'm struggling. I'm like you. I'm on the fence on this. If you said to me, do it by policy, I'd vote for it because I can't. I haven't got no other reason. But if you said to me with your gut feeling, with your heart, with your, how do you feel, then I would say no to this. So please think carefully. Have a little bit more time if you want before you give your proposals and you make your decision. Okay. Councillor Casey.
Just coming back to the condition 4 and 5, and I think it is for me crucial because actually if we were to vote for this, we're effectively saying you can't access the site in the large vehicles from either entrance and all the vehicles from one of the entrances. So you're actually driving all the smaller vehicles through one access. Is that practical? It's the sort of the law of unintended consequences. I'm not sure. I don't know if that was the intention of officers when they drew up the conditions. Obviously, it's all been very last minute. Having started in March, we seem to have got it's sort of like one of those exponential curves where nothing happens for ages, then suddenly the whole thing happens in the last couple of seconds. And it's almost as if we've had that, and it's whether or not it's thought through. That's what I'm concerned about. So I am open to sort of listen to what people are saying, but I'm still very much on the fence. But I can see a way that condition 4 and 5 do get you into that little circle. I don't know if it was intentional. Get you into the circle where you actually achieve perhaps the whole thing. It'd be effectively saying refusing the application until someone's actually sat down and done something pretty quick, sent the email, sent the letter in writing. You've then got highways coming back and saying, well, actually, yep, we agree with that. It's now going to have to be done. Boom, boom, boom. And then you've got the safety aspect sorted for residents. And so there's that a grey area really for me.
I think it's bang on. Councillor Hiller.
I listened to what you were saying, Chair, and I absolutely 100% agree with your sentiment. My question really is to suggest that if this committee, by majority or otherwise, is minded to go against the officer's recommendation in terms of amenity loss, LP 17 could be cited perhaps causing noise and other disturbance, and highway safety, can our officers suggest a wrap, if you will, of in policy terms, where that could be a legitimate reason for, and I'm looking to Phil here as a senior officer, how could that be wrapped in terms of policy as an addendum to a reason for refusal?
Just bear with us a little while, talking about yourself.
So in policy terms, LP 13 will be a difficult one to refuse on, I think, given the conditions that we're recommending, which we feel based on our expert advice of our highways team, that those conditions are sufficient to mitigate the impact. LP 17, which is about amenity. This is a little bit more of a grey area. This is somewhere where it would be reasonable, I think, for members to make a planning judgment and come to a different conclusion from officers. And we're saying that we don't think there's an unacceptable amenity impact from the traffic movements, HGVs, etc. There is an impact from noise, disturbance, etc. But it's a matter of judgment as to whether that impact is within acceptable limits or not. And I think members could reasonably take the view that it isn't. But as I say, it's a matter of judgment, and we as officers feel that it's okay in those terms.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. If I might come back on that, Chair. Talk of appeal was raised. Given the appeal process is currently a year and a half, something like that, possibly longer, it would strike me as somewhat foolhardy for the applicant potentially to go down that road. Again, excuse the simile. Given that it would be relatively easy to fix this by resubmitting an application, perhaps with a different access as a consideration with a highways report. So with that in mind, Chair, after debate and whatever, I think I would be making a proposal.
Councillor Mahmood.
Thank you, Chair. Just listening to the debate and just thinking about this whole application. For me, it all also comes down to safety as well as amenity value. I feel that the proposals presented by officers with regards to safety, from my perspective, I feel that they don't go far enough. And with regards to amenity, we're considering an application where they want temporary use for 3 years, and on that basis, where they're going to have loss of a centre, and these trucks coming in and out. I am inclined to go against officer recommendations.
Yes, Councillor. Thank you.
So I see the condition 5 specifically where it talks about essentially no car transporters of any size, being not of any size but of bigger size, should I say, being able to use the Dunblane Drive access until a suitable improvement plan has come forward and the work completed to the approved details. I just feel like this is kind of getting round the whole planning permission. If it needs a plan for a reworking of that junction, then that plan needs to come before this committee so that we can have a look at it and be assured by officers that they are happy with that. And so, therefore, for my mind, this application needs to be turned down. And basically, either they go away and go, we need to look at the Jodis Voden way, or we are going to continue along this route of a Dunblane Drive entrance. But we need to add to that application the change to the junction, what the junction means, and get that approved in the correct way. It just seems to me like we're kind of bending over backwards and allowing them to, as far as this committee is concerned, we're told time and time again that we have to look at the application as it presented before us. We've not seen what the proposal is for this junction to make it safe. It is not safe, otherwise they wouldn't be asking for that change. And so therefore, on that basis, I can't in all conscience allow that to go forward until I've been praised of what changes are going to happen. So from that basis, I can't accept an approval proposal.
Councillor Hussain and Councillor Sharp.
Thanks, Chair. If I've got this right, so the residents wanted that there was no large lorries going past their houses or on that junction. That C5 stops lorries going there until the junction's improved. Now, how long that takes, like you said, or what happens with that, whether it's 6 months, a year down the road, and then if it's approved, the junction is approved, that's when they can. So until then, there's no lorries going down there, which is what the residents wanted for a start. But in the meantime, what isn't being stopped is the number of cars. So those lorries can still be offloaded elsewhere and go through that junction. So you're not reducing the number of traffic by, just lorries going. You're actually probably going to increase it going through that junction. And that is, there's nothing to stop that at the moment. So for me, that's one of the reasons why I was looking to approve the application, because one, the residents get what they want, in my mind, for now, until that junction's improved, which makes it safe. Secondly, highways officers, we've always trusted them before with other applications. Looking at this one in front of us, if they're telling me that, they believe it's safe, I trust them. So on that, I'm still minded to vote in favour of the application because of that.
Okay, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think that's the difficulty that I still have, is that by approving this application, we make the junction immediately safe tomorrow for residents. By refusing it, it stays as it is.
How does that work then?
Well, yeah, but that's the point. There's nothing happened. It's a no. Sorry, yeah, it's a no, isn't it? That it's safe, whether you apply or refuse. The problem is, then what do you do? Come back with education, which is when I'm hearing what the Chair said in terms of additional considerations. Highways are saying the planning the junction is safe because they've conditioned it to be safe by approving it. That's what I'm just struggling with. But that's part of the condition, is it? It's not part of what's in front of us, so it's not material in the consideration we're making today. That's the difficulty I have.
Guys, would you mind just go through the chair so as it's all recorded and they give the person a chance to type it out. So, Councillor Hickbell.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, I personally think you're really emotionally attached to this course, but anyway, in response to where you said that we want part of the consultation, we never will be, we never expect it, but the burden is for the applicant to discharge it by providing evidence, right? Now, you made an interesting point that which policy are we going to rely on? The policy is before you, LP 17, right? So that's before you. Again, an explanation was given from the officer. It's a planning judgment. There's a purpose of the planning committee there. We have overrided and disregarded policies and given our views in the past. Nothing new that we're going to do today. And I think that's a lot of weight. The summing up that was given by the chair. I mean, he's covered all the points. So I don't think there's any further room for any debate, and give Councillor Hiller the opportunity to give the proposal, and let's get the job done. Thank you.
No, I will only come in there at that point to say that's my decision. So if anybody's, I understand where you're coming from, and I do understand that people have sat there and stood there, bless your heart, for 4 hours or so. But you can't knock democracy, at least you're seeing it in action. So anybody else wish to add to the debate before I push towards proposal? Ooh. Okay, I'll just exercise my right to shut you up then. Okay, let's go for a proposal. Has anybody got a proposal at this point? Councillor Hiller says he has a proposal, so we will go to you for your proposal, please.
Thank you, Chair. I propose on this occasion we don't agree with the officer's recommendation for approval, and we refuse this application as submitted on the basis of LP 17, on the basis of amenity loss, noise disturbance. I completely understand Mr. Moore's rationale regarding highway safety, and I think we will certainly be on thin ice if we introduced an element of highway safety as a reason for refusal, given the officer's recommendation and the conditioning. But my proposal, Chair, is that we refuse this application as submitted. That's really quite important. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we go, you are quick off the mark today. Do you understand what the proposal is? Or do you need any clarity on that part? Do you understand what Councillor Hill is proposing?
Yes.
Right, okay. Then I'll go for a seconder, please, based on that. Councillor Iqbal?
Yes, I'm happy to second that.
Okay, so we have a proposal which is valid and it's been seconded, so we'll go to the vote. I'm afraid you're not. No. Okay, so as I said, the proposal's there. It's been seconded, so we'll go to the vote. So all those in favour of Councillor Hiller's proposal? Hands up, if you've got them up. Probably can't.
Sorry, could you sit?
Got them, Cad? Put them up again, please, just to double check. And against? Is that yes? 3. And there's clearly no abstentions, is that right? Yeah. Okay, so I see that as 7-4, 3 against and no abstentions, so the application is refused. Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for your effort with that. That's a real difficult one, but I think you should be proud of your democracy in that. And now let me just say something. We're still in live session. We're going to have a break, obviously. I think we need it, if nothing else, to get blood in your bums. Can we resume at 10:02, 15 minutes, please? And remember, you're in live session, so when you go out, be careful what you talk about. All right? Thank you. Yeah, can I ask you to shut the door for me, please? Thank you very much. And now, if you'll just bear with me, my computer has decided to.
Just wait.
Just stop. Just got to put another 50p in the meter. Hold on.
Okay, it's just the technology.
Okay. Right, thank you. Hopefully you've had a chance to have a walk round. That's now item 5's done, so we're now on to item 6. Item 6 refers to an Article 4 direction for 1073 Lincoln Road, and I'll pass this to Daniel Worley, please, to introduce the item.
Okay, prior notification.
Sorry, pull that mic down, mate, because you're cheers.
A prior notification application was submitted to demolish the building, number 1073 Lincoln Road, and it was received by PCC. As the building was on the local list, an emergency Article 4 direction was placed on the building prior to the prior application for demolish being refused. This emergency Article 4 direction only lasts 6 months and must be confirmed by this committee, otherwise it will fall. Okay. After the emergency Article 4 was placed, site notice were put up, and the notification was posted to both the agent for the application, the agent for the application for the prior notification, and also the owner of the thing. I did that personally. Okay. Sorry, come on. Okay, this is the red line of the site. As you can see, the red line encompasses all of the red line which was submitted as part of the prior notification application, and you'll see Lincoln Road to the left and Mount Stephen Avenue to the north. Bear in mind the red line is specific in this application because of the way the way the Article 4 is written, and I'll get to that in a minute. Okay, I think I should start off with the historical context of Walton. Actually, so obviously Walton is one of our historical villages, or hamlet in this case, and as you can see from the left to the right, there are only 2 historical buildings left in Walton. The first is obviously this application, which is on a local list, and the other is 1103, which is a Grade 2 listed building. Okay, so and then we'll go to the age of construction of the building. So if you look on the map on the left, you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, it's an empty field. That is the site of what is site of the application for 1073. Obviously, it's empty in 1805, and we know it was up for auction in 1868. So we know it's between those 2 buildings, but actually we can work out the age of the building a bit better by looking at the construction of it, and actually specifically the staircase in the bottom right-hand corner. This staircase has been dated to prior to 1820s at the latest, and this is through the type of panelling and also the balustrades on the staircase. As you can see on the top right again, it's a fireplace, it helps to date, and I'll just provide the other 2 for context. So the extension on the left, on the top left, that's 1870s extension, and the single story with the rendered is probably 1920s. On the bottom left, if you look at the building, which is 1.5 stories, that's probably contemporary with the 1870 extension, with the coal bunker maybe a decade later in the late 1880s or 1890s. Now, the reason I talk about the age is because the age is quite intricately linked to its significance, and because of its significance, it is a locally listed building. Now, the 2 reasons officially on it for its listing are A1. So A1 means it was constructed prior to 1840, and the other one was B2. Now, B2 it's a fine or rare example of a building that illustrates social economic history. It's its reasons. I'd also suggest there'll be a 3rd reason, which this should be placed on the local list for. That would be under our criteria C6, and that's regarding contribution to the street scene. I would suggest, and you'll see a photo later maybe why, that it wasn't placed on it for reasons because it was so heavily screened at the time of its locally listed, which is now the screening's been removed. So as part of our local list project, when we update it, I would suggest that the listing criteria will be would be increased to include this C6 townscape view as well. Okay, the permitted development rights we're looking to restrict are part 1, development in the character of a dwelling house. This is most of your minor applications, such as alterations to the roof, alterations to the current elevation, and this one is similar to all the other Article 4s we have in the district. So there, for instance, the Great Railway Cottages, which is just to the north of this, but that Article 4 restricts part 1. And for clarity and I think from transparency, the reason of the application was due to demolition. We're also restricting part 11, which is demolition of the building. Okay. The policy background for the reason and the purpose of Article 4s. The first one is the NPPF Section 53. This basically encourages local authorities to place Article 4s to protect local amenity. In this instance, local amenity also includes the heritage value of these buildings, provided that heritage value is sufficient and generally must be equivalent to something that could go on the local list. We go again to the historical linked advice. It again suggests we should put Article 4s on heritage assets to retain them. And then thirdly to LP19, which requires us to identify and retain these heritage assets. It should be noted that these policies are for the application of the Article 4 and not for the balance, not necessarily for the planning balance, which may come from a planning application. All this Article 4 does is it requires a planning application for these works. So these articles will not necessarily stop all alterations to the building under part 1, and it will not necessarily stop demolition. It will just require express permission, so a planning application. Okay. And I also want to point out, because it was very contentious at the time and it's in the papers, the Article 4 is limited explicitly just to the buildings. It does not include the lands or any clearance, and that should not be taken into consideration by members. Okay, we're done.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, we have one speaker, Abbas Walji, is that correct? Would you like to come to the table, please, sir? It's down the bottom. It looks like a face, not a very good looking face, but it's a face. Just press that once. That's it. Welcome, Mr. Walji. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
In January 2023, we took ownership of a property that promised to be more than just bricks and mortar. It was going to be a multi-generational family home, and our ambitions were high, yet grounded as life had other plans. We lost my father in February, adding emotional weight to our mission. While this property, having belonged to one family for generations, has suffered from years of neglect, our vision was never deterred, and we aimed to restore it, making it a sanctuary for our children and my mother, especially given the circumstances. However, our vision encountered a hurdle when we discovered substantial subsidence issues. Several professionals recommended starting afresh, so we submitted an application for permission to demolish. Application was not only denied, but followed by the imposition of an Article 4 directive. A request for permission replied with punishment. We respect the importance of preserving the property's historical character, but it's essential to recognise the structural issues. I'd like to clarify here that there's a preconceived idea that we want to develop the site for commercial gain. The reality is quite different. Our sole aim is to create a comfortable family home. The Article 4 directive has added complexity to our situation. Should we wish to repair the building, it requires a lengthy application process. Even minor exterior repairs now entail a cumbersome planning process, which was not necessary before, such as repairing the leaking roof or replenishing the stolen leadwork, leading to added costs and delays. We've made attempts to engage with the Highways Department and the Conservation Officer. Unfortunately, our emails have gone unanswered, and there has been a reluctance to meet on site. It feels like a bit of a cold shoulder. When we submit an application, it often feels like a one-sided process with questions from different departments left unaddressed. Take your visit, for example. I'm sure the Conservation Officer showed you the beauty and the reason for preserving the site, but did he point out the pitfalls, the subsidence, the bowing walls, or the falling down chimney? We're not advocating for unrestricted modifications. We understand the significance of respecting the property's history, but we also believe in achieving a fair balance that allows us to make essential repairs. The property must become our family home, and we must have the financial capability to address the necessary repairs. Take, for instance, the latest application we submitted to widen the access. Although the Highways Department said it's too narrow, when requesting to increase the size, they said no because it would be too fast. Our application was denied, and it said we worked with the applicant. You didn't. We didn't even get an email. Now, can you see why I feel like I'm being punished? Now, the Article 4. I've had to learn a lot in the last 2 days, so forgive me if my terminology is not correct. There are two parts, Part 1 and Part 11. Part 11, which is to stop the demolition, we have no issues with. Part 1. The application does not distinguish between this property and other properties or provide a case for historical value that is only that it's actually old, and old is not always gold. Now, the NPFF paragraph 53 referred to says in all cases be based on robust evidence and to apply to the smallest geographical area possible. There is no robust evidence, and the application includes the whole site, not just the significant buildings, all the garden and some of the neighbour's garden. So effectively, the broken bay window, now if repaired, will require unnecessary planning permission and an extensive surveys with oversight. In addition to this, there will be cost attached to every application. Now, maybe some of the costs can be recovered through the Article 4 compensation scheme. It's okay for you to impose conditions on us, but we have to be able to afford the repairs too. Faced with such hurdles, we may be cornered into a distressing decision in selling the property. The irony, it might end up with a developer, the very outcome the council presumably wants to avoid. This is our forever home. We're committed to its maintenance and its upkeep. It's not just a house or a building for us. So we hope you'd consider the following proposals. We propose remove the Article 4 directive, or at least its modification, to allow essential repairs without a lengthy application. The revision of the directive's boundaries only to apply to the house itself, thus facilitating minor external improvements and being in line with the NPFF recommendations. An active collaboration between us and the local authorities so we can ensure that the property is both preserved and functional for modern living. And alternatively, I extend an open invitation for a site visit, and seeing the property firsthand might offer you valuable insights into the challenges we face. Councillor Asif visited it with me yesterday, and he's aware of it. And perhaps by your next meeting on the 14th of November, we can work towards a more equitable solution. We are committed to this property and by extension to working with you. It's not just an investment for us, this is our future home. Now, the property is derelict and it's falling down, and I have an uphill battle. I'm willing to repair it, but don't tie my hands. Thank you. I'll take any questions if anyone has any.
Exactly. Questions, please. Yeah, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
That was a very interesting address. And as somebody who lives in a conservation village and indeed at one time did own a Grade 2 listed property, well, welcome to our world.
Thank you.
It is restrictive. You must have been aware of that before you bought the property, just how restrictive, if I could finish, just how restricted the regulations are with regard to older buildings, and certainly buildings of this age. Did you not have a full structural survey done before you bought the property?
No, I didn't have a full.
Well,
sorry, finish.
No, that's okay. And therein find out exactly what was wrong with it, given its age. I mean, it's bound to be all sorts of it. It's a constant battle. But did you not have a survey done when you bought it?
So it originally came up on the market in November last year, and we didn't win to get it. We didn't win to buy it. And then in January, the person that was buying it fell ill, it didn't go through. So they came back to us and they said, would you want it? But we want it completed within 30 days. So we had 30 days to complete the whole process. And so we knew there was works to be done, and we took that on board when we looked at the house. It's not something that we didn't. And I'm not saying that we don't want to do the works. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that we found issues in there. Now, I have no problem with fixing the issues. I'm not even saying that. But what I'm saying is that the Part 1 of the Article 4, anything that we want to fix is now going to be 8 weeks. Because anything on the outside that we want to fix, the broken bay window, the window on the left, just there, on the that white window on the left side on the ground floor, that lintel above it, on one side it's flush, on the other side the lintel is coming off the wall. It's literally bowing and falling down. Now, we're going to get quotes to get that repaired and done, but we'd have to get some sort of sandstone similar something in replacement have made here. Now, for us to do that, we would have to, because if it's different, it's not a repair, it's something changed, the facade has changed. So as far as I understand it, and the way that anything that we want to change on the outside, anything, including changing the slate tiles that are broken, or the roof that's broken, or the guttering that's broken, we're going to have to apply for planning. Unless we can find existing or matching, I don't know. I don't know the rules. We haven't had a dialogue. No one's had a conversation with us. So we had this notice of this meeting on Thursday. So what I've learned in the last 2 days is what I'm presenting here. Now, I know it runs out in 6 months, and the conservation officer did say that. It runs out in 6 months. 6 months is actually the 22nd of November. And you have a meeting on the 14th. So I'm saying give us an opportunity to sit down and talk, not us with you to talk and find out what we want to do, what we have to do, and then bring it to your next meeting where if we can get rid of part one, from the way I understand it, of being able to repair it, the cracks, the bowing walls and all of that sort of stuff, it makes our life easier. All I'm saying is don't tie our hands. That's all I'm asking for. Don't tie our hands in investing into that property. I'm really not asking for demolition. We want a full application, we'll do a full application. If that's what the engineers say that is the best course of action, we'll do a full application. I'm not saying no to that. All I'm saying is that the little things, the minor things, the exterior things that we're going to have to do to make it habitable, you're going to tie our hands in doing it. And there's a time delay to all of this. And my experience with what I mentioned in my comments, my experience with the applications that we've done so far, where there has been no comments to us, on paper, they said they've applied and spoken to us. I don't have confidence in the system yet. Hopefully, I don't have confidence because we haven't had a chance to talk, sit down and talk. I have confidence in my local councillor because we managed to talk yesterday for an hour and a half and he saw my problems. I just want you to see my problems and then say, yeah, actually, Abbas, you've got this wrong. Or, actually, you know what, you've got it right. Maybe we don't need to do that, but we'll do that instead. So all I'm asking for is real good dialogue before your next meeting. And I want you to impose that dialogue so that we forcefully are sitting there and doing it. It's not a cold shoulder. It is an answer to an email.
I think you've made your point. And,
thank you.
And you answered my question initially. So thank you for that.
Okay. Any other questions? Directly? No. No, thank you. I've got your point, Avid. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move to questions to officers then. Councillor Hiller.
All of the above. Is that feasible? Is it practicable? And can it be done?
So in terms of the alteration to the exterior, it's not all alterations. Any repairs will not need consent. It's a bit like a listed building in effect with this Article 4. So in terms of repair of the windows, repair of the roof, they will not need consent under this. It's alterations made to the external elevation. In terms of the kind of dialogue, I think I'd have a discussion of over an hour with the applicant discussing this building. I have offered to do some site visits. However, with that, it's been limited by this process. I don't want to prejudice this process, and I'm more than happy to have those conversations afterwards. In terms of, he's talking about the underpinning and the potential subsidence. In a full application, that would be a material consideration. If you could demonstrate the building was falling down, this would be kind of overridden, because all this is really asking is all material planning considerations are taken into effect in this consideration. Without this, any alteration to the facade can be undertaken. Now, I know the gentleman said he cares for this building, and I've no reason to think otherwise. But this is Article 4, the standard Article 4 we have on over 100 of our buildings, of our local listed buildings in this district, and the removal of the Part 1 is a standard part of that application, and that is why, because this is probably one of the most significant locally listed buildings we have. It's probably more significant than the buildings that have Article 4s on them at the moment, and that is why this has been proposed. Oh, sorry, he's talked about about all the buildings. The reason is all the buildings because one, it's all elevations. So other Article 4s in the district have specific elevations. In this instance, as you'll see, the historic part of it faces the highway, which is the side. Most of them articles have that, so we can't put that one on. Obviously, so this is the principal elevation, but I also think the other elevation is also important because it is viewed and seen. To his point, I suppose you could amend it, just have 3 elevations, but obviously I didn't think that was reasonable, therefore I put them on all 4. And also, I also extended the Article 4 to include the outbuildings as well, because only half the outbuildings are actually attached. However, the 2 more historic outbuildings, I'll show you one there. Sorry, I don't pass that. So these historic buildings on the bottom left, they're not actually attached. You'll see there that they're not attached to the building. That's why the demolition, the Article 4 applies to all of the buildings rather than just other ones, which is usually just the elevation facing the highways or other elevations which are of significance. Sorry if I missed any of your questions.
No. Again, it's a very comprehensive response. Thank you. But if the applicant has made the plea, for want of a better word, that his hands aren't tied, you're suggesting now to the committee members that that's the last thing you want to do is to tie anybody's hands, but you want a sympathetic, and I'm feeding you, a sympathetic approach to this particular property.
Yeah.
Am I right in saying
we're not
that?
trying to tie his hands. I think we're trying to stop. It's about material planning considerations, and I think this Article 4 is in line with the policies we've done elsewhere. You know, if he comes with an application to make alterations, you know, I'm more than happy to look over it, and the consideration will just be the impact on its significance, like all other buildings.
So as far as you're concerned, your stance is you're more than happy to enter into an open dialogue, site visit, you're more than happy to do that within the constraints of normality, obviously with your function, but you're more than happy to do that.
Yes, Councillor.
Just going to bring Phil in while we're at it.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Just to add to what Danny said, the removal of permitted development rights under this Article 4 direction, should you confirm it today, only refers to operations which are development as defined in the Planning Act. So there's lots of things that you can do to a dwelling which aren't defined as development, which don't need any kind of consent. So the Planning Act talks about building operations that materially alter the external appearance of a building. So that wouldn't include things, for example, like replacement windows, which makes this different from listed building consent. With a listed building, it's far tighter. Whereas, you know, even in conservation areas, if a house isn't listed, you can change the windows. That's not deemed to be materially altering the external appearance. Alterations to drain pipes and guttering, etc., repointing, all those kinds of things wouldn't require planning permission necessarily. Would they? I'll let you explain that then.
So if they were replaced like for like and matching in terms of materials and design, they would not require consent. If they were changing from, say, timber to UPVC, for instance, would require consent. So in terms of any repairs that are required to be undertaken, they do not require consent as long as they match what is there at the moment. For instance, we'll take the render, for instance. If the render was coming off, he could repair that render, put it all back as long as it matched what it is at the moment. You know, so all repairs fall under that, and it's slightly looser than a listed building consent because obviously a listed building consent replacement requires consent, but in this instance, replacement, as long as it's to the same materials and exact design, is there not a change, it wouldn't require consent.
Councillor Iqbal.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Would it be appropriate for us, the applicant, to come back and certain? I mean, I'm sure the officer is answering the questions that he's probably asking for, and would it be, if there's anything you'd like to add on it, because obviously we want to find a solution to it, aren't we? We're trying to be fair here, am I right? I mean, just to ask.
Yeah, I think I'm afraid that the process has moved on. We do need to make a decision on this. So.
Okay.
Councillor Hussain.
Sorry, Chair. I was just similar to Councillor Amjad's request. It was just that from the applicant's address, there was a lot that he said about he only got the information in the last couple of days. He's not had a real chance to engage with officers, and he's asked whether we could bring it back to the next committee. I just wanted to see what your opinion on that was and whether that is something that can be done, because from his address, it looks obvious that he is passionate about the building and he's open to working with officers. So I think the sensible thing for me, sitting here with listening to them, would be to allow him and the officers to go away to discuss this, to get away with, talk about any issues that they may have. And it may just be a straightforward nod next time if they have the chance to, have a bit more time. So it was just your opinion on that and officers and whether that is a possibility.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you can. What's your feeling on that?
I'm a bit confused about what you're suggesting, because I'm more than happy to have discussions with the applicant. However, what change would that have on the proposal for the Article 4? Because, for instance, you're saying if we can discuss them, that's fine. But the point is, either we have the Article 4 and he can do what he wants under PD, or we apply the Article 4, and I'm happy to have discussions with him, and he would require consent for any material planning changes. I'm unsure about conversation.
From the dates that the applicant mentioned, that before this Article 4 expires, we have another meeting in the diary before that, so it gives time for better engagement, maybe for the applicants to understand more what they can and cannot do under those Article 4 directives, and just gives them a chance to liaise with you. And like I said, so it won't, it's not saying that let's let it go away, but just it may be a simple nod next time where the applicant understands.
I have had discussions, several phone calls with the applicant and the agent. In fact, one of the discussions with the applicant lasted over an hour, where I explained these items to him and to his agent, Robert Chiver, at the time. He did have a chance to make comments on this. He had more than, I think I gave him 2 more weeks in the statutory, and he would have had even longer because I didn't start the public consultation until a few weeks after his consultation as well, and I received no comments from the applicant in that time.
If I may, through you, Chair, it was just, I think from the address, it was very obvious to me, I don't know for other councillors, that there seemed from the applicant that there was a lack of that engagement, and maybe it's just a simple process. You guys just need to sit together and talk about it. Sorry, Chair, I'm just assuming. But
where I'm coming from is I don't know where you're coming from, because what you're being asked to do is an Article 4 direction, and why are you not satisfied that you could make that permanent now? It's been temporary, and now they're asking to go permanent. The rest of it can still take place. There's nothing to stop that. But you're basically, because it's already got it temporary anyway.
I'm saying because the applicant seems to have shown a lot of concern about the understanding of what this entails.
So do you think you could get to the next one and actually refuse it? Do you think, is that the reason you I'm trying to think, because that's not going to be at the next meeting, is it? A reason to refuse it. So I'm just trying to get where you're coming from. I totally understand the democratic side of it, but I don't think, from my point of view, what's being asked for here is going to change that. I think they'll still debate it or talk about it afterwards. Anyway, it's up to you, Councillor Hogg.
I suppose the real question is having had a deeper discussion over this property, is it just that it would come back in exactly the same form that it is now, or is there scope to be able to modify it slightly so that it's more palatable to the homeowner, but also acceptable to the council? I think that essentially is what we're saying, is that by having that discourse now and bringing it back, that when it comes back, it might be slightly modified in some shape or form. It may well be that the answer is no. The Article 4 is an Article 4, and there's no room for wriggle room, as it were.
Maybe that's the question then.
Yes. I suppose there are kind of ways around it. Obviously, I put the part 11 for demolition. Obviously, that I did that for transparency purposes, because obviously it's a prime difficulty for demolition, so I made it explicit that I was trying to stop that. If I'm honest, how we modify it, removing that one would be the one you'd remove and keep the part 1. You could, like I said in my previous comments, you could talk about which elevations you put it on, And however, I don't think, from listening to the applicant, of which ones he wants to change, the ones I would really require it on would be the rear, the side, and the front, and they'd be the three elevations which he would do any works to. So I can't see how any modifications in terms of that would be acceptable for us. If you think about what the applicant was asking for, that's my concern. I understand your point, councillor, but they're the elements. You could maybe discuss the extent I put it on the outbuildings. So for ease, I put it on all outbuildings. However, in theory, it would only should go on those two you can see. But the other side is actually attached to the building. So if we put the Article 4 on the building with elevations, you're going to make it an exceptionally complex Article 4, trying to say it's on this part of the elevation, but not that part of the elevation. And I don't think that would be conducive to an appropriate Article 4 on a building. If you're trying to really dig down, it'd be so complex, and I would suggest we shouldn't be doing it.
I mean, from my point of view, it's about the applicant being able to understand the situation a lot better, feel maybe a bit more comfortable about the process that you're trying to get made permanent on his property, and if there is some tweaking around the edges, then you've got that ability to be able to do that if it comes back, and we have got time as a committee to kind of look at it at our next meeting, is the point.
I'm happy to do that, but I would say, councillor, is in terms of those tweakings and what would require under the for planning permission, I don't think you'd gain anything material with that, because the tweaking would be on elements which, okay, he could do some small things, but in terms of any real kind of alteration to the dwelling, either extensions or anything like that, that would always be covered. So under those tweakings, I'm happy to have those discussions, but I think my concern would be the tweaks would be irrelevant really in terms of the actual substantial part of this application, and those small elements, for instance, if we took it off the bits to the side, again, the complexity you'd be adding, I don't think would be worth the kind of hassle and the transparency of us as a council and others putting Article 4s on. It wouldn't be worth it. And I think, like I say, I'm more than happy to have a discussion with him. I've had long discussions with him and his agents regarding this at the time. And when I put the Article 4 on, I kind of explained explicitly what the mid developments would take away. They've had, I think, 5 months to talk to me, and I have talked to them, and I'm more than happy to talk to them going forward, because obviously, even if council decide to refuse this, this is still one of our most important locally listed buildings, and like I say, all this really does, to an extent, is make sure material planning consideration are taken into consideration in terms of PD. So, for instance, if this didn't go on, there are things you can do under PD, i.e. small extensions, and if you put a small extension on the front of this building, you could do that under PD, and for one of the most important locally listed buildings, I think the loss the loss of not having that Article 4 on, or even the smaller tweaks, I can't see that.
So am I sensing that your committee are pushing to defer this decision rather than refuse? Yes, Councillor.
Personally, no, Chair. I think the Article 4 would be ratified, frankly.
Okay.
I feel there's a disconnect between the applicant and our heritage officer, and there shouldn't be a disconnect. And I think it's probably they need to get together. But I don't think that certainly doesn't alter my opinion that the Article 4 should be confirmed. Moreover, mention's been made about the applicant's agent, Rob Chiver. Now, I know Rob Chiver personally, and he's a very, very experienced agent, and he will know Article 4 from back to front, and he should be giving his customer, his client, for advice, regardless of whatever you're telling him. He will know the way around an Article 4.
Okay.
I just feel it's necessary to do it. I can't stress highly enough the importance I place on things like Article 4.
Is there any actual questions to officers then? We've got that bit, the different. Yes, Councillor Mahmood.
I just want to clarify that this is not an unusual practice of the council. You know, we've got 100 or so it's not uncommon.
No, like I say, the reason I put the part 1 on was to match the other 100 and so articles we have at the moment. And also in terms of other districts, again, articles are very common on local listed buildings, especially the best ones such as this. And you'll find Article 4s all around the country.
And sorry, just to follow up, Chair, what is the average response period? You know, the applicant has outlined that it could approximately take around about 8 weeks, maybe more.
Yes.
On average, you know, what would you expect?
If you want to, if you need to require a planning permission, it's statutory. We're aiming for 8 weeks as a statutory, but obviously that it's only required if you require planning permission. If you doesn't require planning permission for the works, so you can just carry them out.
Right. So that would only be considered if it was material, as you said.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Hold on just a second. Yes. So.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Just to reiterate, just make it very clear for committee that what's under consideration here is the confirmation of this Article 4 direction rather than any works that the owner may or may not want to do. And the primary consideration is should we be protecting this building via an Article 4 direction? And also just to reiterate as well, the imposition of an Article 4 direction does not mean that alterations can't happen. It just means that things which previously could have been done under permitted development rights now need to go via a planning application. And we're not going to necessarily resist every alteration that's put before us as a planning application, so long as, you know, they're acceptable in planning terms.
Thank you, Phil. Yes, Councillor Iqbal.
I think the reason why we're asking questions to get a better understanding. So my question is, I'm in favour of deferring it, but my question to you is that if we do defer it, your position wouldn't change, it would still remain the same, isn't it? Am I right? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so in that way, deferring it doesn't make any sense. Yeah? Okay. And in terms of major alterations, you can't do that, but any sort of fix the property or that, you're happy to communicate with the applicant and you're happy to assist on that. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Casey.
I think for me, it sounds like that there's a lot of information that needs to be exchanged, because it sounds like a lot of things you'd be able to do anyway, or the applicant would be able to do anyway, and it just needs that communication saying, well, actually, I need to fix this lintel. Oh, that's fine, as long as it looks like you want to. And it sounds like there's a solution there. So the Article 4 doesn't restrict in those circumstances. And yes.
No. Can I just come in? Obviously, we've gone past that bit. We need to keep to that. I understand where you're coming from, but this doesn't stop any of that. This is why I'm pulling you back as chair. It doesn't stop the ability to talk after.
No.
It's quite rightly has been said, and quite clearly by Phil. The building is seen as significant and important. It's got a temporary one that's been put on by the officer. They're asking us to make that permanent before it runs out. Everything else doesn't stop, and nothing's going to change. So, in my view, if you defer, you're going to come back in this position now. And whether or not you're satisfied with the discussion doesn't matter. You're still in the same position. The officer's still going to say, I want an Article 4. So you're going to have a yes or no decision then. So from a deferment point of view, I'm struggling as to why you want to defer, because there's no democracy gone out the window with this. It's all still there. If I could get you to concentrate on the building is significant. It's been identified as significant. You can't have a temporary forever. So do you consider it significant, the building, or don't you really? And you want to protect it? Well, questions seem to have gone. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
I think I've got some clarity from the questions. My understanding was, and I think what the applicant understood was that if this is enforced, then he's restricted. He won't be able to communicate with them. Yeah. And the position is that he still is able to communicate with them. That's one thing that's been addressed. And secondly, even if you defer it, the position wouldn't change, would it? So then it's not wise us asking for a deferral, is it? Common sense dictates.
What more democracy are you going to get from it? That's why I want you to tell me.
Yeah.
Before I would. Yes, Councillor Hiller.
Thank you. If I might have a fourpenneth. The applicant has bought a 200-year-old property. You know, hello. It is to a degree buyer beware in that sense. It's not a Barratt cherry tree Mark III. I mean, it's a 200-year. It's a Georgian property. I think it's really important to preserve our heritage. That's not to restrict, but it's to preserve the appearance of these buildings. Once it's gone, it's gone. It's history. Once you push it over, that's it. It's a pile of bricks or stone. So I think what our heritage officer is endeavouring to do is his job. And he's an extremely qualified and very knowledgeable young man. And if you were at the site visit, his address at the site visit was absolutely fascinating. I was enthralled about the various bits that have been put. And I think that's really important that we preserve this history of our city. It's becoming less and less and less. So in addition to that, what it doesn't do is stop it being improved. The idea of this house is to be lived in. It's so to live in it, you've got to improve it by a planning officer and a gentleman that owns a 200-year-old property. Shoot me down in flames, but that's as I see it, frankly. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to add? I don't need any nods or things. It's just should we move to a proposal then? Unless you want to say anything else. Councillor Jamil? What should we do? Right. Now I've got a proposal, so I'm just looking. I couldn't see round whether you would want to ask anything. So let's go for a proposal then, Councillor Hiller.
Thank you, Chair. To impose the what's the technical term you will use? I mean, I say ratify, but ratification of the article 4. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's a valid proposal, seconded by Councillor Sharp. All those in favour? Now it's unanimous. Yeah, that's a unanimous decision. So the Article 4 will be ratified, but you will get the communication. You must get the communication. I'm certain that guy next to you is going to make sure you get that communication. And if you don't, then I'll want to know. All right. So, all right. Thanks very much. Cheers. Right. We're moving on swiftly then, guys, to the next article, once you're ready, Phil, which is the performance regarding appeals.
Thank you, Chairman. Through you. So this is the appeals quarterly report that has been included in the agenda. Now this covers appeals in the period from 1st of April to 30th of June this year. We've had a total of 10 appeal decisions issued, which is a slightly smaller, of course, very similar to the corresponding periods in both 2021 and 2022. So we've had 10 appeal decisions, all of which were delegated decisions, result from delegated decisions. So there's no committee decisions here which have gone to appeal this time. And of those 10, two of those were allowed, the rest were dismissed. So that's an 80% success rate. We're well within government targets for appeals. So lessons to be learned. I think by and large the planning inspectorate agreed with most of the reasons for refusal that were given in the appeal decisions. Obviously, 2 of them were dismissed. The 2 that were dismissed included carports the 2 that were allowed were carport at Westwood Park Avenue. Key point to learn there is that policy LP20, the inspector recognised there was a slight conflict with that. That's the special character area policy, and there's a part of that which talks about garages should be at the side of dwellings rather than at the front. However, the particular characteristics of this site, the inspector felt, well, there's a bit of a conflict there, but there's no harm. So he took a slightly different opinion to the officer on that one. The other one that was allowed, this was a retrospective application for some kennels and a temporary dwelling at Glinton. This went to a hearing, so it was an appeal against the planning refusal and also appeal against an enforcement notice. It was retrospective. So the inspector in this case generally supported the council's position, but he took a slightly different view in terms of whether or not this business was viable and had a viable future. And the council had took the view that there wasn't enough information. So the inspector took a slightly different view and allowed the temporary dwelling and use for 3 years. However, he or she, I'm not sure which, did uphold the enforcement notice, which required the land to be vacated at the end of the temporary period, should information not come forward to demonstrate that the business was continuing to be viable. So that was quite a finely balanced one, could have gone either way. The other one that I included in the appendices was an apart hotel in Millfield, Borges Boulevard. So this one was dismissed. The planning inspector agreed with officers in terms of design. They felt that the building was too big and didn't fit in with the area. However, they took a different view in terms of neighbours' amenities and highways and parking. They took a more relaxed view where we as officers had said, there's going to be overlooking and overbearing impact. The inspectorate took the view, well, there's some, but it's not enough to be unacceptable. And likewise with parking as well. So again, the issue with that one, quite finely balanced, that could have gone either way. So that's the general message, I think, from the quarterly report. Thanks, Chairman.
Good. Well, if you would, on behalf of the committee, pass back our thanks and congratulations anyway. Certainly thanks for a low level of losses of appeals. And it's nice to hear that the committee weren't in any of them this time. And it's also, I guess it's heartwarming as well, or at least, you feel comfortable that the decision is more of a slight opinion difference. And that's going to happen, isn't it? It's not you're way out of order type thing. You can have costs whacked against you and things like that. So, yeah, well done. Pass that back, please. That's good. Okay, good. Okay, everybody, thank you very much. Massive debates today, which are really, really good that you got involved in those. And like I said earlier, I don't think anybody watching can say that we didn't debate that well and democracy took place. So thanks very much. See you again